What a wonderful world. I'm just here for the cheeks. What up, Outcast? Oh, YouTube did you dirty. I think oh shit, happy belated birthday, my man. I gotta remember, you guys don't hear the video that I'm watching because obviously I can't play it. It throws me off. I'm not used to watching something and then you guys can't see it and you're just watching and talking with me. So hopefully I don't just go quiet and just watch the fight. I remember to talk and stuff. What up, Squeezer? What up, Steven? I assume it's too late. I wish I could have gave you this info though. I feel like you should not have bought it on YouTube. The only reason I say that is I noticed that there's 3 places you could buy it: ESPN, YouTube, and obviously through DAZN. But on DAZN, they're doing a deal where if you buy the pay-per-view, you get the month of DAZN for only $1. Now, obviously, you have to remember to go in and cancel it. But altogether, it's only $55. And I've noticed that the other places you can buy it, they up it by $10. And I assume that's because DAZN wants to make a little extra money if they're going to allow you to buy it outside of their platform, which is where the fight really is. So if I would have told you that, you could have maybe saved yourself $10, but I just realized it when I was looking at the prices a minute ago. I didn't know the prelims were starting already, though, so that threw me off. I thought that they all started at 2 o'clock, so I'm sitting here, like, eating, just getting ready, and then I realized that they started announcing the fights, and SX came out and shit, and I was like, yeah, that's okay, well, I was wrong. The female fight doesn't really get me too hyped up, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just here for the cheeks. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm just here for the cheeks. They just, a lot of the female fighters are just not really well put together. Not that all the guys are, but at least it's like we're going to see a knockout or something sometimes. And with the females, I don't feel like you get that very often. But I think Astrid Wet is probably going to win this. What up, Hurt? My man says stream it illegally. I'm gonna purchase it. Nah. We'll see, though. I just want to make sure that I can actually see the fights. If there's any issues and stuff, I'm just going to have to make sure I buy it on a different platform. That's all. Let's put it that way. I mean, this is the least sloppy female fight I've probably seen in a little while. Oh, you have a DAZN account as well? Yeah. Yeah, I think on DAZN it's $54.99. And then with the, if you didn't have an account, you had to buy one for the month. They give it to you for $1, so it's $55. But it's not like it's a whole ton of money. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but I assume it's because DAZN wants you to sign up, and if you're not going to sign up, they're going to charge a little extra on a different platform to try to get some more money out of it. What up, Brody? This girl, it's just all arm punches. It's just like there's nothing behind it. Astrid's throwing a little something, but nothing crazy. So the fights are on right now, actually. The prelims, at least. The prelims are on right now. They're on YouTube for free. And then the pay-per-view starts at 2 p.m. My health isn't necessarily horrible. I'm just gaining weight. And I, you know, I think it has everything to do with the fact that I stopped smoking weed. because it all started happening literally as soon as I stopped smoking. A month or two later, when I started to get back to eating normally again, all of a sudden I'm putting on weight, whereas before I would eat the same exact stuff but smoke weed and I would never put on any weight. So I just gotta start actually working out more often than I would before, so actually be on top of my shit. Jake Paul wanted his own follow-up, trying to fight Mike Tyson. Tyson's old, but Tyson will spark some of these motherfuckers. That's definitely no joke. So it starts, let's see, it's 12:39 for me. So at about an hour and 20 minutes. An hour and 20 minutes. The pay-per-view starts. I'm probably going to be wrong with all of my picks. Now, I know I'm getting... So here's the thing. I know that I'm getting older. And I know a lot of people are like, yo, no. It's most likely because you're getting older. But I can't buy into the fact that the coincidence of like these things that started to change all happened right around me quitting weed. And it just happened to be that I quit weed around the time that my body started to be like, well, you're getting older now. I can't, it's hard for me to buy into that. Because there's other things that changed as well. Like I used to just wash my face, like not that I never washed my face, but I could just splash water on my face. I didn't have to wash it every day with like facial cleanser and stuff like that, because my face was never oily. If anything, it was dry and I had to throw a little bit of lotion on it. Ever since I stopped smoking weed, all of a sudden my face feels like it's oily. I gotta wash with this fucking cleanser shit every single day so I can stop myself so I don't fucking break out. I feel like a little fucking teenager again. But all of this, the weight, all this shit started happening as I quit weed. Like within a month of quitting weed. So it's possible, but I feel like a lot of it has to do with the smoking. Either that or maybe the smoking affected my metabolism to the point where now that I'm not smoking, my metabolism's like, well, what the fuck are we supposed to do? We had that like boosting us the whole time. I don't know. I have a hard time believing that it's just because I've gotten older and I just happened to quit around the time when it changed. I don't know. I know that, like, I'm not, because I know not everybody, like, there's people that smoke weed and they gain a ton of weight because they get the munchies and all this stuff. I just feel like maybe it affected me in a certain way to where, like, it really sped up my metabolism. And now that I'm not smoking, my metabolism's just kind of struggling, like, well, you know what I mean? I don't know. That's the only thing I could, because I haven't really changed my eating habits. And I do get that I'm getting older, but, and it might just be a coincidence. It's just hard for me to believe that it just happened at the same time that I quit. You know what I mean? That's the only thing that throws me off. But I have no way of proving it. When I was smoking weed, I would eat a lot of the same stuff I eat now. And I went to the doctor, and one time she almost wanted to give me tests because she felt like I had lost weight since the last visit, and she felt like something was wrong. She's like, that's a good amount of weight that you lost. And I was like, I just smoke weed before I go to bed. And she was convinced that that was most likely why I had lost weight, because I'm smoking before I go to bed and not always eating when I get really hungry after I smoke. And I just pass out and then wake up in the morning. And so she kind of just wrote it off. Now I'm just suddenly gaining weight. But I don't know. I've never been above 160 pounds. 160 pounds, I think, probably. I never had been above in my entire life. And then all of a sudden I quit weed. A month later, I start to put weight on, and now I weigh like 185. So, I don't know. I'm not saying it affects everybody that way, but I feel like it affected me in that way. And if I could, I'd go back and smoke to prove my point, but I'm not going to, because that's just a waste of money at this time. I don't want to get back in the habit of it again, but I would love to prove it, because I truly believe that that's what it is for me. Well, I don't have any, I mean, so I don't have like any super serious issues or anything like that. This is just normal shit. Eat food, gain weight, you know. I just think that it had something to do with that. But again, I can't prove it. So I'm not gonna fucking like. There's nothing I can do to prove it. It's just my opinion of it. Maybe I have been eating more too. Maybe I've been replacing my, what do you call it, the oral fixation of smoking with eating more food, and I just don't think that I have. That's a possibility too, and that could be why I'm gaining weight. So there's definitely different things that go into it. I can't say for sure, but it just feels to me like it all happened. Like a lot of things changed as soon as I stopped smoking. This fight is so boring. I'm sorry, the female fight is so boring. Like, they're just like walking at each other, and either one's going forward or back, and there's It's just nonstop. Like, it's like, okay, what are we doing? What up, 705? Like, there's no like strategy to it. There's no like, let me counter this. You know what I'm saying? It's just wild. Like, it's to the point where sometimes they're like literally just putting the glove on their face and just pushing. It's like, like, you know, I'm no offense. Like, shout out to the females that are getting involved and they want to do this and it gets them in shape and, you know, and their faces are getting a little beat up red, a little tiny bit. But like, I don't even know how you judge this when it's just nonstop arm punches back and forth. Yeah, no, I definitely can't say for 100% I'm not eating more than I was before. I can't say that for sure, because it's not like I would like weighed out my food or like actually paid attention to how much I was eating. I just know that I was eating the same unhealthy food, but I might be eating it more often now. I might, yeah. And because before I would eat earlier and then smoke late at night, a whole bunch of weed, and then I would just pass out because I'd be high and not really pay attention if I was hungry again or not. Whereas now I feel like I eat closer to going to bed. So that also could be a part of it. Eating closer to going to bed, and then my body's not digesting it as quickly because once you go to sleep, everything kind of slows down. So I'm sure that's part of it. It's probably the biggest part of it, honestly. The reason people get so fat is because when you're high, you realize you're thirsty, but you eat instead. Well, see, for me, that wasn't the case. When I was high, I never had any problems. But I didn't like, I don't feel like I got the munchies when I was high. I would eat unhealthy food as far as like Taco Bell and stuff like that. If any, you know what though? Yeah, it might not necessarily be the weed. Because I feel like I do snack more now. I never snacked when I smoked weed. I would eat like full meals. I mean, now whether that full meal is like Taco Bell, Wendy's, something like that, but I didn't snack. Whereas now I find myself getting like, let's just say I went to Burger King, which I don't really like Burger King, but I'll get like their chicken fries, and I'll get one of those little like fucking chocolate pie things that they have. Or I'll go to like our grocery store, Wegmans, and I will get like cannolis or different like pastries and stuff. And I didn't eat those nearly at all when I was smoking. I would just either eat a full meal of food or I just wouldn't eat at all. So that's probably a big part of it. That's probably a big part of it. That's probably a big part of it. Yeah, I want to say I went through feeling dehydrated a little bit. I had some issues when I was working at AT&T. Because I would get up and I'd go to work in the morning, and I would just get so focused on working all day long that I would never drink anything like the entire day. I would just work, and then I'd get out and smoke a whole bunch of fucking weed. And would barely ever drink anything. Now I have my big, I forget how much it is. It's like the 64 ounce or whatever, like you're supposed to drink per day. And I try to fill this with water every day and drink it throughout the day. So that way I won't be dehydrated or anything. But yeah, I guess when you break it down, I probably have had more urges for snacks and shit. And that's a big part of it. Anyways, this fight was, when the good fights are going, I'm going to talk more about the fights. I'm just not really into the female scene when it comes to the influencer boxing. I just don't think that they're all that good. I'm going to be honest with you. Like I said in the beginning, you know, I'm just here for the cheeks. I'm going to be honest. A big night scene where I'm at? No, not really. I don't live in a huge area. It's not tiny, but it's not like this big area. I wouldn't go out anyway. I haven't gone out for years. All right, so far, the first judge scored it a draw. Second judge gave it to somebody. It's going to be a draw. I mean, it's a draw. Okay, we got a winner. Astrid wet. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not trying to take away from what they do, but like, I don't even know how you actually judge that. I feel like the first judge gave it a draw because he's just like, how do I judge this? They're literally just exchanging arm punches one after the other with no actual technique. There's no fucking blocking. There's no counter punching. There's nothing. It's just them just standing and going like this. It's like, how do I judge this? It's wild. Whatever, though. The next two prelim fights aren't that bad. We got Chase DeMoor versus Tempo Arts, which I don't like Chase DeMoor. I think that dude is a clown. After what he did to Stevie Knight, the whole punching him on the ground, like I don't feel like he should be given another opportunity. But of course he got it. So hopefully he gets fucking sparked. Exactly, like some Rock'em Sock'em Robots, like that. Oh, those games where the two little fucking things are in the ring and they just fucking toot toot and you hit the buttons toot 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 until one of the heads pop up. That's what it felt like. And then Swarmz and Ryan Taylor is no longer going on, but it's Swarmz versus Ed Matthews, I think it is. What up, Ty? How you doing, homie? Well, I got my thing open so I can update the I can update my picks, I think. I think it should update on the thing above as well. We'll see if it works. Hey, there we go. The check mark popped up. Yeah, the SX one I was very wrong about. SX looked horrible. But again, it was his first time in there, so I understand. But he got caught with a punch and he like turned around and he's like, he literally was like running, looking behind him. I was like, no, bro, this is not how you box. What are we doing? I'm really excited for these pay-per-view fights, though. The tag team fight, yeah, I'm not really excited for it. The Whindersson Nunes, so like the first two fights on the pay-per-view card, not really that interested in. Although I like watching Pineda, so the tag team isn't horrible, and Alex Wasabi ain't bad either. So we'll see how that goes. But once we get to the King Kenny versus Anthony Taylor, Dean the Great versus Walid, Salt Poppy versus Slim, Dillon versus fucking Logan, Tommy versus KSI, that shit's gonna be fire. I'm excited. This is the first time I've really been excited for these fights. The Zone has been around for a little while. They've been around for a little while. They bought into this whole influencer boxing scene and shit like that, but they've been around for a minute because I remember at one point they had like a crazy deal they had with Canelo for Canelo's fights to be on the Zone. They paid him some insane amount of millions of dollars. So they've been around for a little bit. Was YouTube ever like that where they didn't copyright stuff? I don't know personally because when I didn't make content, I never really paid any attention to any of that. But since I've made content, they definitely be hitting you with the copyrights. As long as it's just a claim and shit, it's cool. It's just, it'd be nice if, like, say during the live streams, I can listen to music without getting suspended. That's really what I would like to see, where they just mute it after the fact or something like Twitch does. But again, I understand. They're doing a little like punch power test or whatever. Yo, Denji kills me. Oh my days. Yeah, these punching machines aren't necessarily all that accurate. Like it's like it depends on where you hit it, because obviously it has a sensor in it. So depending on where you hit it is gonna determine where it's gonna go. So sometimes somebody who's actually a harder hitter is not gonna get the same score as somebody who's not, just based on where they hit it. Yeah, I tried to post some of my reactions on Facebook once, thinking like, okay, let me just throw them up in like a fan page and maybe I can grow a little bit of an audience that likes to watch reactions and they'll see it on Facebook. And every single one of them just got removed. Every single one. So I just gave up and said, fuck that shit. There's no point. Yeah, those machines are not very accurate. Did anybody see the picture of Logan's face? Hold up. I don't know if it's an accurate picture or not. Let me see if I can find it really quick. We'll pull it on the screen. I don't know if it's a real picture or if it's a Photoshop. If that's actually the way that his eye looks, that's not good. Yeah, he got hit with the mic. What up, Paul? I don't think that, I mean, it's like, then there's the debate of like, should he have hit him with the mic? I don't necessarily think that he should have, but I'll be honest with you. Like, if I was in his position, right, and we stood up like that and he threw the bottle at me and he hit me in the fucking balls, which he definitely hit Dillon in the balls, and the mic was all I had in my hand, I probably would throw that bitch back too. Does it make it right? No, but that's why it's like when you engage with somebody in a situation like that and you decide to throw something at them, or say you push somebody, like, you can't guarantee that they're not going to do something back. So there's, I don't know if I can find the clip. Clip might be here somewhere. Basically during the weigh-ins, let me see. Not as easy to find as I thought. Oh, here we go. Okay, you guys can see it. So Logan throws a water bottle and hits him in the fucking nuts. Oh, you guys can't even see my, hold on, let me make it so you can see my mic. Or not my mic, my mic. You can see my mic. How do I change it so you can see my, I forgot how to change it so you can see my my mouse. Either way, you saw what happened. You saw him hit him in the nuts. I don't need to show them out. Bop, hit him with the nuts. In the nuts, with the nuts, he hit the fucking motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And Dillon has a microphone in his hand. Bow! And he just like spikes that shit into fucking Logan's face. And as much as like, yeah, maybe he shouldn't have done that. It's like, you know, like, let's say he had a knife. Should he have stabbed him? No, of course not. But you can't assume what somebody's reaction is going to be to your action, right? Like, just like if you're out somewhere and you get in an argument with somebody and you decide that you're going to push them, you can't guarantee that that person's not going to punch you back. You should always be prepared for the worst case scenario. And Logan threw this shit and hit him in the nuts and then just kind of walked up like, and it's like, motherfucker, he's going to do something back. So, you know, you got to be careful. And apparently it bopped the fuck out of Logan. And he ended up with his face looking like this. I assume. I know that he got a cut, but I don't know if this right here is like Photoshop or not. If it's not a good thing. What's funny though is I still feel like Logan's probably gonna fucking spark Dillon, because I just don't think Dillon has any striking ability. He just has like absolutely no striking ability. So Logan should still win the fight, but I mean, this definitely doesn't help the situation. If Dillon can start to target it, it might be sore. He might be able to open up the cut again. Like, it can definitely work in his favor. You know, they clinch and stuff like that, start rubbing his head in that area around the eye and shit like that. That kind of shit can definitely affect him. So, what up, Spider? Yeah, Dillon was who Khabib threw his shit at and then jumped over the cage and tried to get at, for sure, 100%. Dillon gets himself involved in a lot of shit. But yeah, like you said, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. That's why it's like you shouldn't have thrown anything at him in the first place. To me, I feel like the reason why is because Logan is still so pissed off about the whole Nina thing and how he's posted all the shit that he's posted. And I mean, at the end of the day, that's you know what I'm saying? Like, you say that it doesn't bother you, but it clearly does, because you keep throwing shit at this man. You keep, you know, but you get a chance to punch him in the face, so we'll see how it goes. Take it easy, Brody. I appreciate you, homie. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he still trains with Connor. Supposedly Connor might be in the crowd tonight, so that'll be interesting. Whether or not he actually shows up, we'll see. We'll see. But that could definitely play into Logan losing, because when you're that emotional, I rate Dillon's ability to box so low that I almost don't know that it matters. Like, he supposedly has no coach, no like legit trainer or anything like that. In one of the videos, he was actually asking Tommy Fury if he's allowed to throw a jab like this, because he's like, if I throw it out this way, is that going to be considered a hammer fist? And Tommy Fury's like, no. And he's like, okay, so I could, like, he's asking him these questions. It's like, motherfucker, if you had a coach that was training you, you would know all of this. So that made me a little bit nervous. It could have just been him trolling, but I've never seen him really box or do anything. Anytime he's been in an MMA fight, which has been 3-4 years now since his last one, he's barely been able to land a punch in those. He just goes and uses his jiu-jitsu to get the submission. And he's been caught a few times. So I'm like, yo, it might not matter at all what Logan's doing. This man might literally just be here to get the money. Which, hey, I'm sure he's making a good amount of it, but I'd be surprised. Like, I'm team YouTube. I would love to see KSI win. I guess in that sense, I want Logan to win because I want YouTube to look good. I fuck with YouTube and YouTubers and stuff like that. But I can't lie and say that I wouldn't mind seeing Dillon win, because if Dillon beats Logan, the amount of shit that he is going to talk is going to be epic. And it's going to be some of the funniest shit ever. And you know he's going to go so hard on Nina when he's going to be like, you couldn't even protect your girl. And I just kind of want to see that because I think that shit would be fucking hilarious. I just don't know that it'll actually happen. So right now they're announcing Chase DeMoor and Tempo Arts. I hope Chase DeMoor loses. I just don't like how he punched Stevie Knight while he was on the ground. I just feel like that's some dirty shit. And for him to then get a match for the Misfits heavyweight title after he just did some fucked up shit like that is mad weird to me. So I'm hoping this new Tempo Arts sparks him. They just touch gloves in the middle, so they're about to get it in right now. Obviously, I want anybody that's here to, kick it here. But at the same time, the prelims are free. So if nobody knows, you can actually pull it up on YouTube right now and watch this fight without having to pay anything at all. So if you're interested, make sure that you're watching. Tempo Arts got hairy back. Man should have shaved that shit. It's more like the upper shoulder area. Ooh. Okay, Tempo landing some shots, but so Chase landing a little bit too. Chase is just such a big guy. Like, he doesn't have really good technique, but he might have some power just because of how big he is. I don't think so. I was looking to see. Yeah, I don't think so. I was looking to see if anybody else that's streaming the fights, like Wade or anything like that, was actually showing the prelims, and they weren't. So I'm like, I'm gonna follow their lead and not do it because I don't want to risk it. Because even though they're free, technically, like KSI streaming them on his channel or DAZN streaming them, they can get some revenue from the streams. So, like ads being played and shit like that. So, I didn't know that I was going to have to. Ooh. Chase is landing some shots. Tempo's taking them, though. Come on, Tempo. Don't let this man win this goofball. I want to see this man get slapped. Tempo's bleeding from the nose, though, right now. What up, B-Dog? Yeah, Tempo's just kind of swinging wild. Chase is landing some shots. Chase is going to win this. Because these aren't like legit boxers, so you don't like, once someone starts winning, I feel like that's pretty much it. You don't really see the comebacks very often. Oh, Oh! Let's fucking go. Okay. Chase was just kind of, he also was doing kind of arm punches, but he's landing shots. And Tempo just started to swing. Oh, nice overhand. Oh. Okay, he's starting to catch Chase back. Chase getting tired. Chase looks a little wobbly. Throw another overhand. Come on now. Ooh. Yeah, KSI's trained with Michael Venom Page. You could tell that he got the style from him. It's interesting. Okay, Tempo. Okay. Chase was feeling good. He had him against the ropes, but he was kind of doing like the girls do, like just arm punching. I feel like if Chase learned to actually turn into his punches, as big of a guy as he is, he would have more power. But he's just kind of just going in like this, but he's landing shots, and I'm sure they still do damage because of how big he is. And then Tempo just started to say, fuck it, I'm going to swing back, and caught him a few times. It made him rethink what he was doing, and he tried to clinch, and then he caught him with a couple big overhand rights. When they got broke up that last time, the ref pushed Chase back a little bit, and Chase kind of had a little like stumble to him. I don't know if it's a mix of being tired and rocked or what, but this shit getting interesting now. I would love KSI to win. One, because I just like KSI. You know what I'm saying? I love the Sidemen, and I feel like as hard as he works at everything that he does, it's inspirational. So I would love to see him win. Plus, he would talk mad shit. Similar to Dillon, the amount of shit that KSI would talk, Jake Paul would never hear the end of it. Everybody that doubted him would never hear the end of it. And it'd kind of be funny. So that on top of just liking him as an influencer, I'd love to see him win. So I picked Tommy because I think my brain tells me Tommy, but I would really, really like to have KSI win that fight. So I will happily be wrong. Yeah, Chase being a little bit more careful now. See, if Tempo knew how to box a little bit more and use feints and shit like that, he could easily run this fight right now, because Chase he's a little timid when he sees him start to swing. So if he could play with that, with the feints and stuff, I feel like he could really take off on him. Woo! Ooh! Tempo's trying for some overhand rights. He's not landing them though right now. Hold on, let me move my... There you go, move myself in the middle a little bit more. Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all, E-Dog. I don't disagree with you at all. Chase got a lot of muscle to carry. That's why he can get tired so easily. It's a big fucking dude. And muscle requires oxygen. Come on, Tempo. Let's get this win. I'd love to see this man just crumple. Just go down. Woo! Chase, he's still in it. He's still doing some things. If it keeps going like this, he might end up winning it, but we got 2 more rounds. So I think it's going to come down to who gets the most tired. I'm going to be honest with you. I really think it's going to come down to who gets tired the most. It's most likely going to go to decision, because they're both getting tired, and they're going to have so little power behind their punches. Tempo threw a little. He's still throwing a little speed behind him, but it's like very, very few, and then it's just kind of right back to just laziness from both. Chase keep getting that clinch, and Chase kind of has his arm over Tempo's head, so his head is like almost in like a headlock. But being able to put his weight on him like that shit's gonna tire him out a lot quicker. You got to carry all that weight on you for, even if it's just for a few seconds, that shit gets to you. All right, end of the round. Whew, I don't know who I would like. The first round, it looked like it was Chase. Like Chase probably landed more punches, but I feel like Tempo landed more punches that actually mattered. Like once he started to swing back, and he had Chase look like he was a little wobbled and stuff. I feel like I'd have to give the first one to Tempo just based on him doing more damage. Like his punches seemed more effective when he started to actually swing back and land. But Chase probably did land more punches in that first. In the second round, I feel like it'd probably go to Chase, to be honest with you. What up, Canal? Got one more fight before the pay-per-view. I'm excited. Yo, if I could, I would just fast forward the shit to the fights that really, really matter to me. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was interested in Swarmz versus Ryan Taylor. Swarmz versus Ed Matthews, I'm not as interested in. Really want to just get to that King Kenny Anthony Taylor fight, which might end up being boring. It depends on how it goes. I think Anthony Taylor is gonna do similar to what he did to Salt Poppy, like a punch or two, and then just hug and try to bully him around from the inside. That's most likely what he's gonna try. Maybe Kenny's got the answer, though. Ooh, ooh. Tempo trying to come in with that left hook. Oh, oh. Chase is he doesn't have a great jab, but he's smart that he just keeps pawing that right hand out. I'm gonna turn this way so you guys can see what I'm doing. He keeps pawing that right hand out. Is definitely a smart play on his part. It's landing shots. It's getting him stuff. You know, it's adding up on the scorecard. He's got Tempo's nose bleeding since the first round. Oh, he just like pushed him down though. Yeah, that didn't count. I was gonna say that man just like pushed him. But all this adds up to being more and more tired. Having to go down to a knee like that, then get back up. It seems like such small shit, but when you're tired, every extra movement like that just adds up. Tempo keeps trying to do the jab to the body and then just swinging that overhand and catching him. And every once in a while he's catching him, but there's like not really much power behind it anymore. Ooh. He keeps trying to like push him down. He's landed some shots. Nothing crazy, but ooh, ooh, ooh. So, he's landing decent rights. It's not like a crazy amount of power behind him, but yeah, Salt Poppy's transformation is absolutely ridiculous. Shout out to that man because that shit it's impressive. Absolutely impressive. And in such a short amount of time. Like he was already on the path of losing weight and stuff, but it's like he just suddenly stepped it up so much from his last fight to this fight with Slim. It's ridiculous. Yeah, you were right that this is gonna go to decision because it's to the point now where it's like even when they land punches, it's just there's not really much behind it. I could still see somebody going down potentially, not because the shot was so hard that it's like, oh my God, I knocked him out, but more so because they're just so tired that the punch just, they're just like, all right, I fucking give in and I just go down type of thing. Yeah, I agree. You get past those first rounds with Chase and he starts to slow down. As long as you keep your cardio up and you're able to still throw some hard punches, I feel like you could take him at that point. Although I will say that he starts these rounds out a little bit like more like he's ready to go, surprisingly. But he just doesn't know what to do, it seems like. He just keeps bullying tempo against the ropes and throwing a lot of straight, which is good that he's throwing straights to get them in there. They're just, there's like not much behind him. Ooh. Tempo's just got to keep, exactly like he said, step to the right, cut him off, keep winging that overhand right. Woo! If he lands one of those overhand rights, I feel like he could do some work. Like he's throwing them overhand rights relatively strong. I mean, whether or not it's going to do much damage if it lands, it's just winging like right over his head, just barely. He doesn't have any accuracy with it. This blonde lady in the crowd looks like she's mad bored. She's just like, okay, we're here. Ooh, Tempo's throwing some power. It looks like, ooh, the fuck was that? He like had him over the ropes and they just like kept pushing him back down, like he was gonna try to push him out the ring or something. Tempo's throwing some hard overhand rights though, they're just not landing. If one of them lands, I feel like it'd do some work. Oh, I want him to land one of those overhands. He's just winging it a little bit too high. He's got to bring it back down sooner. Pretty sure Chase won that, which sucks. I need someone to come in here and just spark this fucking fool, because he's really not that good at all. Like, he's pretty garbage. It's like you said, right? Like, someone could just go that first round, don't really throw punches, just kind of let him burn himself out, just move, evade shit, and then the next round, when he starts to slow down, just fucking pick it up and just knock his ass out. And now he's dancing. I can't stand this fucking fool, man. I really can't stand this fucking guy. Oh, I don't like to see it. I don't like to see it. He's just a dirty ass fighter. After what he did, I just can't fuck with this man. Can't fuck with this man. Yeah, right? No energy to fight, but he could dance at the end though for sure. Disappointment. Disappointment. Might as well just fucking check off the box now, because this man's definitely gonna get the win. Damn it, tempo. Well, 2 wrong so far. I'm 1 for 3. 1 for 3 on my picks. We'll see how the rest of this night goes. I happily be wrong about the KSI one. That one I'm happy to be wrong about. I'd be cool being wrong about the Logan and Dillon one. I don't like Dillon, but I'm not a big fan of Logan either. So in that one, I really don't give a shit. I just don't think that Dillon's going to win, but we'll see. I keep going back and forth on Salt Poppy and Slim. I ended up going with Slim, but I wouldn't be surprised if Salt Poppy got the win. Because, I mean, he's a bad motherfucker. It's just he's never fought at this lighter of a weight class. I don't know if he carries over the power. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be interesting to see how Slim approaches the fight. That's all going to be interesting. I like Dean the Great, but I, for some reason, feel like Walid is going to pull it off this time around. It's hard to say. Depends on how much both of them improved. But Walid had caught him twice in that first fight and then just kind of, I think, got sloppy because of the fact he thought he was going to win. And so he, you know, it's a split decision. Interesting. Could they give it to Tempo? Give it to Tempo. I don't think he won, but I want him to win. Oh! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Ah! They gave it to Tempo Arts. I really didn't think that he won that fight. Oh shit! To the point where I updated my picks already. Let's fucking okay. Listen, I got 2 right. I got 2 right, motherfucker. Fuck out of here. Get that man the fuck out of here. Get that man the fuck out of here. I'll take it. Let's fucking go. And he danced at the end. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Cheating ass bitch. Okay, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Let's go. I really didn't see that coming. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't necessarily think that he won, but I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it. It's possible. Or they just didn't rate a lot of the little like fucking arm punches and shit like that and didn't think that it was, you know, like the more volume meant more overall, like, you know, damage and shit. So although he was bleeding, whereas Chase was, like, that's an interesting pick. I'm very surprised by that, but I am also very happy by that. So let's see. So we got one more left. Swarmz versus Ed Matthews. This should be an interesting fight. I think this will be a fun one. I'm curious if they took into account the fact that Chase looked like he was wobbled a little bit in that first round. I mean, I don't think that that was a 10-8 round, but yeah, I guess you never know what these judges are going to think or what they're going to do. But he did look like he got a little bit wobbled after he got hit because the ref pushed him away and he was kind of like a little shaky. So, I don't know. All right, some of these little, some of this commentating is a little odd. Oh, has anyone heard the AI Tupac Keith P? I did hear that. I did hear that. It looks pretty interesting. They did a pretty good job on that, to be honest with you, as far as it sounding like something Pac would actually do. This shit is odd. I don't know what the fuck these guys are on right now. Let's just get to the next fight, guys. Let's end this awkward commentating. I seen they announced Jarvis for Misfits 11. For some reason, I feel like he's gonna end up fighting Deji. I don't know why. I could be wrong. I don't think I've seen Ed Matthews. I have no idea who that is. But him versus Swarmz should be pretty interesting. Swarmz looked decent in the last... Yeah, I mean, he looked decent. He started off looking decent against Deji, and then it kind of just changed up, but... Yeah, right there, yo, you talking shit? You talking shit? Let's go in the cage. Let's go in the cage, they said. And then my man's like, all right, let's go in. All right, we're here. He's like, you talking smack about me? No. Do you use oils? You have a nice beard. It's like, what the fuck? Like, what is this? We about to throw some ads out here? I don't know. Let me see. I gotta look. I don't know who Ed Matthews is. Ed Matthews. Who is Ed Matthew? Social media star that primarily posts videos on TikTok and YouTube. He's well known for his collaborations with other content creators such as his Sticky Taki. I don't know what the fuck that is. And his feuds with Simple Simon and Astrid Wet. Oh, he's got a feud with Astrid Wet. How the fuck you feud with her? Isn't she like an OnlyFans girl or something? My man's mad that he can't be in any of the videos. He's like, yo, listen, I just want to be on that OnlyFans one time. Just one time. One time. Yo, listen. I'm just gonna be honest. That one girl does the influencer boxing who's an OnlyFans girl. She's basically a porn star at this point. Ellie Brooks. Is it Ellie Brooks? Listen. I'm here for those cheeks. I ain't even gonna lie to you. All day. I'll take the OnlyFans invite anytime. Just let me know. Just let me know. I'm gonna take this hoodie off in a minute. It's kind of hot in here. Yo, imagine if Logan's girl Nina got into influencer boxing. That shit would be very interesting. She seems like she's so tiny though. Like, I don't know how tall she is, but as far as like weight, like she seems so tiny. I feel like she would get sparked out there by somebody. But I'm sure it gained some respect from people for sure, without a doubt. If Dillon Danis has a girlfriend, she can get in there with Dillon's girl. Like, yo, listen, I'm calling you out. We got to do a boxing match. Let's find out. I listen. That shit would sell. I'm not gonna lie. That shit would sell. I doubt that shit would ever happen, but I'd watch it. What I do like about Misfits is there's not all that extra bullshit buildup when it comes to the fights. Like, there was that little bit of talking in between, which they're talking about their fucking beards and their oils, and that was a little bit odd. But they ask, like, Deji and whoever the guy is that's with him, like, what they thought about the fight, and, like, they ask a few questions or whatever, and then literally 5 minutes later, the fighters are walking down to the ring. So we already have Swarmz and Ed Matthews in the ring right now being announced. Like, I like the quick turnaround instead of all the bullshit fucking stuff that happens in between. What was the one event that, was it Thriller? I think it was Thriller that did the boxing event, where it's like in between each match was like 30 minutes of ads. They had like a fucking like a rap performance in between each fucking fight and all sorts of bullshit. And it took like 30, 40 minutes to get to each fight. And that was the worst event I've ever watched in my life. So it's dope to see that Misfits is doing it a little bit differently, where they're like, you know what? Let's obviously anchor the show around the fights and not do as much extra. We'll obviously do a little bit, get some ads involved, whatever the case is, but let's get right to the next fight as soon as we possibly can, instead of making people wait 20, 30, 40 minutes for the next person to come out, because that shit, you start losing interest after a while. That's very true, right? Being influencers and YouTubers and stuff, they know how to keep people's attention. They know that, especially nowadays, the attention spans are short. So you've got to, like, keep shit moving, keep people, you know, getting what they want out of it. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with Swarmz. I don't really know this other guy, so I wouldn't have changed my pick anyway. But I'm gonna stay with him, and hope this man does his thing. Don't prove me wrong, motherfucker. Ed Matthews already playing around with some feints, trying to see how he's gonna get inside. See what kind of reactions he's gonna get. Ooh, oh! Ooh! Ed Matthews, I think he just won. I think Ed Matthews just won. Wow, that was quick. He caught Swarmz with a left. I didn't even see the punch. Wow. Swarmz went down and just looked like he didn't even know what hit him. He's just like, and then he tried to get up and he just, his legs weren't there. That shit's crazy. Ah, that sucks though, because now we still have fucking a half hour until the pay-per-view. Damn, I don't want to have to wait that long for the pay-per-view. I'm gonna fucking open up a video game or something for a minute, and then we'll come back. I gotta see that from another angle. Come on, show the replay. I need to see what the fuck happened. Like, I saw them exchanging, but I didn't see the left land. I don't doubt that it did. I didn't catch it. Because they were showing the camera from behind Swarmz. So, like, you just saw arms moving and shit, and then Swarmz just went down. Here we go. Here we go. Still can barely see it from that angle. They got to show another angle. Hopefully there's another camera angle. He wasn't even throwing any, like, great combos. He just was coming in hard, right, left, right, left. Oh, that's right. I can't scroll back because it's on YouTube. I forgot. Yo, can I? Yeah, you can. I completely forgot it's on YouTube. Yo, I'm acting like I can't go back myself. I'm like, show the fucking replay. But I need another angle. I feel like they need more camera angles than just the one. I feel like they have more camera angles, but why aren't they showing it from another angle? because you still can't really see like how it landed. Exactly, right? Yeah. With the KSI elbow, we got to see it from multiple angles. So they've got to have another angle. Maybe they just haven't loaded it up to get the actual replay from it. I don't know. Or they just don't care. But I feel like they should be showing us another angle. I just want to see how clean he hit him. Damn, I ain't picking Swarmz for nothing again. Fuck that guy. My man can keep putting out music videos. What up, Joe? Oh, he hurt his ankle. I was just thinking the same thing. He's like DAZN if you guys want to watch the pay-per-view. And I was like, okay. I mean, the ankle's definitely not the only reason. I mean, maybe because he looked like he was still there. Like he looked like he was still like coherent. Maybe he couldn't get up because of the fact that his ankle was hurt. That's why I want to see another angle to see how clean the left landed. Like when he punched him, did he step on his foot as well by accident? You know what I'm saying? Like I want to see like what exactly went down. Swarmz fucking up my picks. 2-2 right now. You think he was asleep before he hit the floor? It's possible. I mean, he did look like he was surprised when he like he just like what the fuck just happened. But I don't know if he would have been able to stand up at all without the ankle issue or he's playing up the ankle injury to be like, damn, this is the only reason why I couldn't get up. You know what I'm saying? I would have been fine. I feel like I should have did this stream on Twitch. Then maybe I just like randomly switch back and forth between the fight and just show a couple instances here and there, like replays. I could just play it real quick on the screen. Because it's something. I mean, I don't want to get banned on Twitch either. But if something happened there, I'm less concerned than if it happens on YouTube. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to have nothing happen to my YouTube channels. There's 20 minutes until the pay-per-view. I expected that fight to go a little bit longer. I just didn't think it was going to end so quickly. Yo, if KSI could beat Tommy Fury, this shit's going to be wild. What up, Mama Spider? JD the Animator. I don't think so. Is he like a YouTuber? I used to love watching Celebrity Deathmatch, the little clay guys and shit like that. That was my shit back in the day. Show us another fucking angle. They keep showing us the same angle. Pretty much collabed rap with anime, and he just did a new one with UK rappers versus America. Oh, huh. Interesting. Only reason I don't want to listen to music necessarily is because one thing, I mean, not that it matters. It's not like this video is going to get, like, if I leave this up on my channel, it's not like it's going to get thousands and thousands of views. I would highly doubt that. You never know, though. You know what I'm saying? Maybe some people come and check it out. But if I listen to music, almost guaranteed something I'm going to listen to is going to end up claiming the entire live stream. And I'm so tired of all my live streams being claimed by everything. Okay, slow motion replay. It's the same angle, though. Give us the fucking different angle. Throws a right. Boom. Okay, the left does hit. Yeah, he seemed like he was out. See, Deji's like it didn't land. Show a different angle. You really. Thank you. Someone said, is there another angle? Like, where's the other angle? Oh, he hurt his ankle on the way down. Okay. You can get all the angles if you pay for the pay-per-view. It's like, motherfucker, that was a prelim fight. Just show us the other angle. What are we doing? That's the dumbest comment I've ever heard in my life. So what he does is they create a beat and then use verses from a song and making match the beat while also making those prospective rappers engage in anime battles. I think it will. Huh. I'll have to check this out sometime. I don't think I've ever heard of anything like that. Oh, my back hurts. That's cool. I might do one tomorrow night or maybe even Monday night, but otherwise I'm gonna wait till next Friday. Because at night I seem to be more in a mood to do music. So I've been trying to work on some music, which I'm pretty happy with so far. I want to try to get like 4 or 5 songs together that I could put out. Then I got to get a better schedule and try to figure out a way to keep that going once I get those ready. My tablet sucks and it's new. I tried it and don't have the patience for lag. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is this a tablet that you yourself picked out and decided that you wanted to get and you went and picked it up? Or is this a tablet where you went to like a cell phone store and they tried to sell you on a tablet deal or something that they had? Because a lot of times they just be bullshitting you like, oh, this is the newest, this is a great tablet for this and this, and it's only this much right now. And they fucking sell you some bullshit. I just know because they used to make me sell that shit. They used to make me like, oh, listen, if you're buying this today, you get this tablet for 99 cents. But it's a great tablet, And then they go to use it, and that shit doesn't fucking work at all like you would expect it to, and it's just a piece of fucking shit. Yeah, that happened all too often, unfortunately. I'm sure there's some other good tablets out there. The only good tablet that I've ever had was an iPad, personally. I'm a little biased. I do like Apple. I'm sure there's some good Samsung tablets, but it's always the Samsung ones that they give us like the shitty versions at the fucking cell phone store and would tell us to like push it. Like, oh, if you get this, it's only 99 cents, or you get this, the tablet's only $50, but it's normally this much, and it's a great tablet, and here's all the things you could do with it. Nothing special. Okay, as long as you didn't pay for it, then. Still sucks that it doesn't work the way that you'd like it to, but some of those tablets are just garbage. So I assume that we're going to be starting off the pay-per-view with the tag team fight, which I'm not a big fan. I don't like this whole let's bring tag team to boxing. It just doesn't seem like something that makes much sense, but it is what it is. We'll let it slide. I almost wish there wasn't the Whindersson Nunes versus My Mate Nate fight, although I get why there is, because Whindersson Nunes is like a fucking megastar in fucking South America. So with his amount of followers, it makes all the sense in the world from a business perspective to put him on a card. But I have absolutely no interest in watching that man fight. He's not even really that good. So we just got to get through those first two fights so we can get to the, the meat of the card, the good shit, stuff that we actually came here for. So that could be too. Yeah, if you have a lot of shit on it, that could definitely affect it. Listen, I got some yogurt in the fridge I'm thinking about grabbing. Throw a little fucking granola in that bitch. Just, ooh. That's when you know shit gets real. Make sure I'm on live chat here. What'd you say, cop channel? What do you mean? Granola with milk. Interesting. Can't say that I've tried that. Oh, top chat. No. I was just making sure up top I still have it on live chat. So that way I can if like one of those bots comes through, I can just block it really easily. No, I have live chat over here. I should have live chat, so I should be seeing everything. If I miss something, just let me know. There's a chance that I miss something still because I'm slow. But that's different problems than top chat. That's a brain problem. My problem. So here's the thing: if I get this yogurt out in a little bit, the issue with that is I buy like the big thing of yogurt. So you guys will get to see how the kind of work that I do on this yogurt. I get the big thing of yogurt, and I think it says it's like 2 pounds of yogurt or some shit like that. The problem is I have a really hard time of not eating all of it. Like I will just throw a whole ton of fucking granola in top, mix it in the top of it, eat that shit. Once the granola starts to like almost be gone, I just pour a whole bunch of more granola in it, mix it, and I eat like it's probably sickening how much I fucking eat. I can eat almost it's a lot of fucking shit, a lot of shit. What you're saying is you're gonna give me more ammunition. Yo, listen, I can't help it. I gotta turn Nightbot off. Nightbot still be talking about, listen, if you'd like to get a priority reaction, let us know. This is what we're doing today. Oh, for a second I was like, wait, is it gonna start with Slim versus Salt Poppy? But it doesn't, okay. Still starts with the tag team match once it comes on. Hey, I appreciate you, Mama Spider. I appreciate the support. Thank you. This will be your first tag team fight. It's like I mean, is that yeah, okay, yeah. I was gonna say it's not like WWE in the sense that it's not fake, obviously, but that's not what you meant. You meant like, do they tag their partner and they come through the ropes? That is exactly what it's like. It's weird. I don't really understand it, but talking to Bryce Hall right now. He thinks Dillon is gonna shock the world tonight. Interesting. He's just trolling. I think he's just trolling. She fucked that up. Back in the 90s when we had teams like the Klitschko Brothers, made more sense. When you had teams, it's just weird. It's like, yeah, it's like two people start inside the ring, obviously, and then there's like a box in the corner, like I don't know if it's just tape that they throw on the ring, and if they get in that box, they can tag, or it means that the other person's going to be coming in. But it's really weird. It's really weird. What is this man talking about? He's like tag team boxing. It just sounds right. Shit's stupid. He says, can you not accept the tag? Just be like, nope, I ain't getting in that bitch. Yeah, the tag team thing just don't make no sense to me. It is what it is, I guess, but no, so if one person gets knocked out, it's over. If one of them gets knocked out, it's over. They don't then have the other person come in and finish up the fight. That would be interesting if it was that way, right? Because what if one person was really, really good and the teammate gets knocked out and then he's out of the fight and the other guy comes in and just sparks the other two guys? That'd be kind of wild. That would actually be kind of wild. What up, Demonic? But I don't know. I don't really agree with it. I don't think it's a great. I don't know. Maybe I'll be entertained. We'll see. Elimination tag. That shit. Yeah, I'd actually be more for that than the way that they do it. But yeah, if Dillon wins, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm gonna run around this house yelling like a madman if Dillon wins. I swear on everything. I will lose my shit. Once we get into the meat of the fights, the ones I really want to see, I'm gonna start getting really excited. So right now they're talking to Deji. Anybody that's not watching it, right now they're talking to Deji and there's a couple other people on stage. I forget their names, but they're just like the kind of like the side commentators. And they asked Deji what he thinks his brother KSI is doing right now, and he said that he's just walking around in his back and forth, just saying legacy, legacy. And I'm like, that's probably the most accurate depiction that there is. KSI is probably just walking around, pacing in circles, just yelling legacy, legacy, just getting himself in that mindset. There's a lot of really good fights, though. The man from Brooklyn, you can't do that. I wish I could do accents. Hey, Vidal. They're gonna talk to Vidal real quick. I like Vidal. This man is legit. He fuck everybody up that's in this whole card. Probably on one night, to be honest with you. Salt Poppy lost to Anthony Taylor, who's fighting King Kenny tonight. It wasn't a very exciting fight. He just kind of like punched him once or twice and then clinched him and just kept hugging him and shit, but he did enough to win, I guess. Vidal's like, yo, listen, I wish I could just turn myself into a tablet and KSI could take it and then I could just perform for him. Because he's like, I know I go out there and just spark these fools, but it's okay. I got faith in him. When you really think about it, he basically just said, listen, I wish that KSI could swallow me. If you break it down, that's kind of what he said, just in a different way. Shout out to Vidal. It just sounded better when he said, I wish I could turn into a tablet and he could take me and I could perform for him. But he basically said, listen, I wish that he could just ingest me and then... I would agree with you, Outcast. I don't think KSI's fought anybody that's legit. Temper, not legit. Got a weak chin. He's improved. I will give him that, but still not like, it's not that guy. Pineda at the time, even now, you know, like he's not anything special. Swarmz at the time was just spinning around like a ballerina. When he fought Logan in both of those fights, neither of them were very well trained, so it wasn't even really a boxing match as much as it was just a brawl, just to see who could last longer. And then Joe Fournier was probably, like you said, the closest thing to a legit boxing match and challenge, and it didn't last very long because, unfortunately, the forearm elbow that landed and ended everything. And so didn't really get a chance to like really flesh out to see how it was going to go and for him to get tested. So this is really his first like legit challenge, and it's someone that actually boxes. So that's where it's like this it's not going to be easy to overcome. Yeah, that was like me when the girls were in there fighting. I'm looking at this ass. I'm like, I know that's not what you mean. But that was the first thing I read. I'm like, oh, you're looking at this ass. Interesting. Okay. I don't know whose, but you just let me know. I'll flick over to the different station. We can find out what's going on. But I know what you mean. You're looking at this as like his first fight for real, which I agree. All right, it's about to start. Pay-per-view is about to start. Let's see. Oop, wrong button. I was like, wait, where the fuck did my thing go? Let's see. This man's like, yeah, I don't really like Logan Paul. It's not feeling the vibe. What up, 705? It could be a bit of a cuddle. What? Pay-per-view's about to start, baby. I'm excited. I just want to get to these big fights. Although I am curious to see Pineda. Like, I'd like to see Pineda and Alex Wasabi in there. This is gonna be interesting to see who does what. Because Pineda's pretty legit now. I mean, as far as versus influencers, I don't think he's a great boxer, but he has a boxing background unlike the rest of these guys. So that might make the 2-on-2 a little bit more interesting. The Whindersson Nunes, my mate Nate, I'm gonna be real with you, bro. Like, I might take a walk around the block and come back after that one because that shit seems like it's gonna be boring. We might watch something on YouTube instead. All right, we are getting into this pay-per-view. I'm contemplating if I should go get my yogurt. I feel like I should get my yogurt. Hey, my man Ariel. Yo, Ariel Helwani is my fucking guy. I love that Ariel Helwani has made it to where he is and he's doing all the shit that he's doing in life. I fucking love Ariel. Back when John Jones was fighting for the title, like his first fight for the title against Shogun, I think it had to be what, 2008, 2009? It was a long ass time ago. It was in New Jersey, and me and my friends went there. I can't remember if John gave us the tickets or not, but either way, we went to go to the fight to watch John try to get the belt for the first time. And I remember being outside and we ran into Ariel Helwani. I had to mute it because that shit was too loud on my headphones. And this was before Ariel was the Ariel Helwani that he is now, where he's, you know, got a lot of attention and he's been on ESPN and been on all these different platforms and stuff like that. He was just trying to make it as MMA media still at the time, because that was when MMA was still growing. There was no guarantee that you were going to make a lot of money or that you're going to be able to really turn this into, like, you know, a business, so to speak, outside of just, you know, the fighters themselves. And I remember we saw Ariel outside, and I don't remember why he was out there, but he ended up taking a walk with us. Like, we walked a little bit around New Jersey with Ariel, me, my friends, and him, and we just talked a little bit, and he told us about how he had actually went to school not very far from where we live, and, you know, what he liked about the area and stuff. And then we were talking about how we knew John, and that's why we were there. And, you know, so he asked us some questions about that, obviously. And, like, it was just mad cool to just be kicking it and hanging out with him, because at the time, like, it just didn't, you didn't know he was going to go on to become the dude that's interviewing all the big fighters and on all, you know, like the guy that everybody goes to for interviews. And I think he's been MMA media personality, like, I think for like 10 years in a row, he's won the best MMA media interviewer or some shit like that. Like, that's the fucking guy now. It is just cool that back then, before he, you know, grew into all of this stuff, we just saw him outside just kind of chilling, trying to maybe either get interviews or something. And we went for a walk with him and talked with him and everything like that. And I think there's a picture somewhere that we have where he had like the sign that we brought and everything, and took the picture with us. But yeah, Ariel's that guy. I fucking like Ariel. He's a really good dude. Like, I mean, he comes across that way in videos and shit, but in person, like, he's a really, really good dude. Oh, for some reason, my back hurts today. I don't know why. Sometimes this chair don't be helping. Ooh, that felt good. It's actually this chair. So I got the chair to help me so that way I don't end up having any issues with my back. And I feel like sometimes like the chair actually causes issues. Like it's not always as comfortable as I feel like I thought it would be. But then other times it's not bad. It depends on where I set these, like, because there's like pillows in the back here that I can like set up in different areas so I can like, and sometimes one of them is all the way down at the very bottom, and I feel like the angle that it puts my back at is like not very good, so I had to move it up a little bit. My man. I assume I don't think that was like what it said on the box, but I think that's the type of chair that it is. It's supposed to be for when you're sitting at a computer or something for a long period of time, but I would assume it depends on how you set up the pillows and shit and how you utilize it as to whether it's going to help you or not. And I feel like sometimes I don't use it properly. I keep forgetting you guys can't see the same screen as me. I'm over here acting like you're seeing exactly what I'm seeing. I'm like, yo, shit. I gotta be more descriptive of what's happening and what I'm talking about. Right now they have Chris Eubanks, Jr., Idris Virgo, Ariel Hawani, and I can't remember who the main commentator guy is here. I don't remember his name, but they're all sitting here kind of just talking about it and kind of building into this first fight. You can see, yeah, you can see it. You're watching. Ariel makes a good point. A lot of times when you're at boxing events, the first fight of the night, second fight of the night, there's like 10 people in the crowd. Like nobody's really gotten there. People kind of flush. They kind of come in towards the later fights of the night when they're the ones they really want to see. But with influencer boxing, people are here from the fucking jump. They want to see everything. They want to see all the different personalities and characters, and because there's more attachment to them. When it comes to other boxing events, other than the main boxers, there's not really that attachment to those fighters. They're really just there to see, like, yo, I want to see Canelo fight tonight. I know Canelo. I watch him all the time. You know what I'm saying? With those first few fights, it's like, I don't even know who the fuck these guys are, really. I heard he might be an upcomer. Cool. I can wait till later. Interesting. Personal phone and a work phone. I miss having my work phone at AT&T. Now, I'm sure that there's people that are there waiting for the later fights and just kind of came in early. It might also be that these people aren't normal boxing fans, right? So for them, they probably think, I need to get here at the beginning of the event, but I'm really here to see those last couple fights. Whereas when it comes to boxing, it's been around so long, I feel like people just know, like, I could just show up for the fight that I really want to see. I don't need to be here and watch those beginning fights. We'll go out, we'll have some drinks, we'll have a good time, and then we'll show up to the venue when the time is, you know. What up, Soulful? The few MMA events I've been to, there's not always packed in the beginning, but it's definitely quite a bit of people. It definitely fills in by the middle of the card, I'd say, at the latest. Prelims definitely can be a little bit light. Damn. Oh, I'm contemplating if I should go get I want to get my yogurt. That's crazy. Yeah, Whindersson Nunes has 60 million Instagram followers. That's ridiculous. He has more than everybody on this card. Because what? Logan and KSI only have like maybe 20 something? Let me see. Logan Paul has 26.9 million. KSI has 13.2 million. So in all reality, Whindersson Nunes has more. Whindersson Nunes has more followers on Instagram than the entire card altogether. That's wild. That's insane. Yeah, I need to start using my Instagram more often because it's definitely a good platform to build with, and like use the reels and post. Like as I make more music, I need to make little clips and put it on the reels, and I need to start putting clips of music on TikTok. As much as I'm just not big on those platforms. I like Twitter because I like having a discussion every so often and tweeting about things that I'm in my mind and what I'm thinking and shit like that. And then obviously YouTube, but I just never really was into Instagram because I don't like taking pictures. Like I don't go out and take pictures of everything. I don't take pictures of myself, so I just feel like it's not really for me. But I have the exact opposite picks as you, except Logan and Walid. We'll see. We'll see who's right. We'll see who's right. Listen. I would love to see King Kenny beat Anthony Taylor, but I feel like he's gonna make it boring, just like he did with Salt Poppy, and it just depends on if King Kenny can overcome that. I think Dean has a chance at winning it, but Walid caught him twice last time, and I think he just got sloppy thinking that he was in control, and that's why he got caught. Salt Poppy is a badass motherfucker. I would not be surprised if he won it either, but I kept going back and forth, and I landed on, you know what? I'm just going to go with Slim. I'm going to give Slim that opportunity. We'll see how it goes. I actually would love to see Dillon Danis win just because of the shit that he would talk, but I just don't think that he has the opportunity to. I just don't think he has any hands. And then obviously I want KSI to win. I want KSI to win. Like probably more so than any other pick, like as far as who I picked and then the other five. I want KSI to win really bad because I just feel like it looks so good for YouTubers, YouTube boxing, the whole scene. It'd just be really, really dope. The amount of shit that he would talk would be hilarious. If I had to make an, like a legit competent pick though, I feel like Tommy should win this. There's a chance he doesn't, but he should win this. What up, Kanai? What do you mean? Do I switch streams or do I? I'm watching the pay-per-view now. They need to do an yo. Listen, they need an interview with Nina. That's what we need. That's what we're missing right now. Oh, there's a separate stream announced. What? I thought I started that stream. I'm confused. No, I didn't realize there was another. I don't even know if there's a way for me to. Oh, you're right. I'm not switching over. I thought that I just activated that stream early. I didn't realize that I didn't. There, I just deleted it, so hopefully that'll work. I appreciate that. Now, I didn't even know. I thought that I went to that stream and I just started it early. I didn't realize that it was still sitting there as if it was going to go live. Our Fansly girls. Where's the cheeks? I gotta stop. I'm on a live. Oh, boy. What up, Diego? My bad, homie. I did not realize it. Hopefully we're going to get into this fight soon. They've been really good about jumping into the fights very quickly. Oh, he's throwing overhand rights. 100% he's throwing overhand rights. But hopefully he's got other tools and he's not just relying on that overhand right. That's what concerns me. Because if that's what everything is banking on and it doesn't land, then we're going to be in trouble. So hopefully he's got multiple game plans, plan A, B, C, and D, because he's going to, need to dance around between a few different options, I think. Although I will say, although Temper has a little bit of a glass chin, he did take Temper out with a left. He went in quick with the straight right as his lead, and then came with a little left hook and took him out. So he's got a couple different tools. We'll just see how he's going to utilize them against Tommy, because it's definitely not going to be the same as Temper. I'm going to wait. At some point, I'm going to get my motherfucking yogurt. I want my fucking yogurt, but I'm going to wait. We'll wait until like the King Kenny fight. Because I'm going to eat way too much fucking yogurt. I already know it. I should buy those little tiny things instead of the big jar. Sometimes shit happens. No, I will. Trust me. Here's the reason why I'm waiting is because I'll eat all of it within a fight or two. So if I eat it now, it's going to be done before the hell we even get to the fights I want to watch. So I figure I should save it for the fights. But then again, maybe I should eat it now so I can actually talk about the fights that are happening instead of just being like and filling my face. Yeah, I eat fast. Unless I started eating it in the last fight, you guys are going to see me eat the whole fucking thing. Who is BDave, by the way? Like, what? I don't know who. Like, is he a YouTuber or was he a TikToker? Oh, he's a YouTuber. Oh, he is a YouTuber. See, a lot of these guys, I don't even fucking know. Oh no, he's okay. He's earned popularity through the lip syncing app TikTok. Okay, so he's mainly from TikTok. That's what I'm concerned with, Outcast. I'm gonna be fucking stuffing my mouth full. I'll be like, oh, like yelling, and it's gonna get really fucking awkward. Sweet Caroline. Oh, oh, oh. Anybody not watching is probably has no idea what the fuck I'm doing, but BDave is coming out to Sweet Caroline. My only complaint is that they're not coming out together as a team. Because that means we have to wait for 4 fucking walkouts. I don't want to wait for 4 walkouts. Although they do it quick though. I give them props. They're on top of what they're doing. For me, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon right now. So I'm gonna get the yogurt right now. You'll see. You'll see. You'll see. All right. It's 2 pounds of yogurt. Oh no. Okay, never mind. I thought I got the wrong. Woo! I got nervous. I was like, wait, did I get unflavored yogurt? So it's a strawberry. And then I get some of this. Vanilla almond agave granola. Just don't judge how much of this shit that I eat. I'm gonna try my best not to eat the entire thing of yogurt. It's 2 pounds of yogurt. 2 fucking pounds. And I'll eat this whole fucking thing like it's nothing. It's not good. Oh. Oh, yogurt. Oh. Listen, don't judge me. We all have our things. I don't want none of it to go to waste. That's gonna be my my selling point to some girl. I'm gonna be like, yo, listen, I'm just trying to do you like I do the top of the yogurt, baby. Come on now, stop playing with me. I'm gonna send that to my girl Ellie Brooke. Like, yo, listen. Then I just be dumping the shit in here. Mad yogurt or mad granola. I'm gonna eat a lot of this granola. I'm gonna be honest with you. Just kind of push some of it into the yogurt a little bit. I don't know who the fuck Nick Lamau is either. A lot of these motherfuckers I don't know. Do a little mix. I gotta see who Nick Lamau is. $27 million. Holy shit. Damn, bro, this man's doing numbers. Is this from Attack on Titan? It might be. I'm not super familiar with it, but once you said that, it might be. I don't know if Soulful is still here. Soulful would probably know. It's weird. I'm not a big fan of the tag team. If you ever watch like fake wrestling, WWE, WWF, it's the same shit. Like they stand outside, they just tag them in and they come in and they go out. If one person loses, they both lose. There's no rules on how long they have to be in the ring or anything like that. Yeah, pretty much Outcast, right? Like if Pineda comes in and just does work, the BDave don't even got to get in the ring. Yeah, that'd be some madness, Diego. Yo, listen, I'll throw you in the ring. Fucking have at it. There's no way an athletic commission would ever approve of that, but that shit would be a little bit more interesting. That would be interesting too. If it was like one person from each team in the ring until one of them wins, and then the other two get in the ring until one of them wins. Well, I guess it depends. If both people from the one team win, then it'd be over with. But if one won from each team, then they'd fight each other. That'd actually be an interesting way to approach it too. Y'all know the rules? So Nick Lamau and Pineda are starting in the ring. Oh no, BDave. BDave is gonna start with Nick Lamau. And then Pineda and Wasabi are on the outside right now. All right, here we go, baby. Ooh. And BDave tagged out already. He wasn't doing horrible, but my man Pineda, let's fucking go, baby. Let's go, Pineda. Get that jab going. I'm probably a bit behind based on the site that I bought it at. You know what I'm saying? So they just might have a little bit of a delay on this this ESPN site that I bought it at. That's all. All right, we got, ooh, oh! Wasabi just put Pineda down. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, Wasabi. This man put Pineda down. He's bringing in BDave. I feel like BDave is going to get sparked by Wasabi if Pineda did. They're like, we're just wrestling around the ring. They get in a clinch and they're just running each other around. Bunch of madness. Nah, that he tripped. He tripped. Wasabi tripped. He didn't even land a punch. Oh, Pineda's back in. Yeah, that Wasabi knockdown didn't count though. That man didn't get hit. Pretty sure he just tripped. Yeah, I don't know how it's judged, Diego. I'm not really positive. I don't think I missed anything. I'm watching the same thing. I'm just behind a little bit. For me, the first round just ended like 10, 15 seconds ago. Oh, shit. I forgot to update and post my Patreon for the lower tier members yesterday. I didn't put it public for them. I will check what you said though. Come on, Pineda. You got to be cooking out here, bruh. Oh, BDave caught Wasabi. Okay. Yo, they are wrestling all over the fucking ring. Uh-oh, Wasabi looks like he's hurt. Look, he about to cry. Oh, when they went down, I wonder if something happened. That's what I thought. Something like that happened. One sec, I got to make this last thing live for my Patreon. I completely forgot. I'll check the post about the exclusive stuff after this. Oh, Outcast, you had to jump to another stream. Yeah, I think on YouTube that the prelim stream was separate from the pay-per-view stream. I didn't even consider that. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, that's messed up. They did you dirty. My man's like, yo, what are you watching? I'm not seeing the same thing you are. It's some bullshit. What kind of tattoo is Wasabi got on his back? It's like a fruit or some shit. Just like dead in the middle of his back. They just keep tagging each other in. Oh. All right, it's a competitive fight. I really don't. Diego brought up a really good point, though. I don't know how you score this. Like, do you just consider like each side as like one fighter? So regardless of how each do, you just kind of add up the punches that were landed. You add like, I mean, I guess you could still say, okay, this side dominated it. I don't know. It's definitely not as easy to score. You almost want to make sure you end the fight. Round 3. Got Pineda and Wasabi in here. Now we got BDave and Nick Lamau. I had never heard of Nick Lamau. That man had almost 30 million subscribers. That's crazy to me. Never heard of him. But I guess he doesn't make content that I'd really be watching, so that's probably why. What up, Dave? I don't know exactly what time that fight will start. I would assume. So we're in the first fight of the pay-per-view card. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 more fights before the Logan fight. I'd say Logan's fight's not going to happen until after 5 p.m. Eastern, I would assume, which is like 2 hours and 20 minutes from now. That'd be my guess, but I really don't know. I'm just taking a shot of a guess at it. Yeah, this fight, I'm not super as interested. Like, we're watching it, I'm talking about it, I'm trying to explain what's happening a little bit here and there. But once we get to, like, the fights I'm really into, I'm going to be more on point with, like, I'm actually going to be into it about everything that's happening. And so we'll get there. We're almost, let's got to get through this fight and the next fight for the most part. Wasabi's looking good, though. Wasabi and BDave in there. Ooh, they throwing hands, though. So Wasabi's pants on the back say spicy fruit, and he looks like he's got a fruit tattooed in the middle of his back. It's mad weird. I don't know what the fuck that is. Yeah, Wasabi don't got no defense. I would agree. Oh, oh, oh. Devin is a big Tommy Fury fan. My man says he's a legend. He said, don't do me like that. You guys are funny. It's interesting that this event is sponsored by Kick as well. Kick is blowing up. I didn't think that when they first came out, I didn't think that they would last as long as they have so far, but it looks like they're only going to be going more and more. So right now we got Nick Lamau and Pineda in there. Nothing too crazy happening. It's interesting because Pineda looks good against Nick Lamau, but it seemed like he was having some trouble against Wasabi. Whereas BDave looked like he was having trouble with Nick Lamau, but he actually does pretty good against Wasabi, which shows you that styles kind of make fights. BDave being smaller and just being able to wing some shots catches Wasabi off guard a little bit. Although Wasabi's looking good against BDave too. It's just BDave seems like he's doing better against Wasabi than Pineda has been. Yeah, so I'm curious if the tattoo on his back is real and he did his shorts based around that, because it even says spicy fruit on his belt in the back. Or if he had the shorts and just got like some kind of fake tattoo put on, but I would guess that it would start to come off if he's sweating. So I'm thinking it's real. I just don't know why the fuck he got it, because it's like a really odd tattoo and an odd place for it. Like imagine you just going to the tattoo parlor and you're like, yo, listen, I just want to get a spicy fruit in the middle of my back. It's like, okay. I mean, then again, tattoo parlors have probably had some weirder requests, so I guess that's not that big of a deal. Okay, now we got BDave and Nick Lamau. Right? The fruit, they're probably like, oh, fruit, this is light work. It's better than the shit we got last week. Oh. BDave just being there tall. Oh! That was a good right. That was a good right hand. That was a tag team championship match? The fuck you got a championship belt for tag team boxing? What are we doing? What are we actually doing right now? This is madness. That's madness. Yo, the bottom of the stream says, Fansly, visit fansly.com/primecardgirls to see more of the girls holding the cards. Basically, they're promoting you to go watch their fucking porn. They're like, yo, listen, if you like the card girls that are walking around and promoting the fight and stuff like that, and you want to see some more of them, just go to this link. You can watch them getting their back blown out. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, here's the thing. I'm assuming that. I don't know. Maybe these girls aren't doing actual porn. Maybe it's just nude pictures, which is still wild. But I'm going to go the extreme and just assume that they're on there just sucking dick and doing all sorts of craziness and they're promoting that. That's what I'm going to assume. This is the future. Before, you just see the ring card girls and you're like, damn, bro, those girls are fine. Oh, man, that's crazy. Nowadays, they have ring card girls and they promote a way for you to go watch them naked. It's like, yo, this is what we do now. It's 2023, baby. Catch up with the times. Is it like a fruit on fire on his back? I can't tell. But given these are YouTubers and shit like that, you know how many kids are probably watching this and had their parents get them the pay-per-view so they can watch it, and they're promoting naked women? Like, hey, just go to this website real quick. Next thing you know, the kid's gonna be like, Mom, I need your card again. I gotta buy something that they promoted on the pay-per-view. I don't even know how to score that, to be honest with you. Pineda went down once, but Wasabi went down as well. Technically, they said he went down twice, but one time he didn't even get punched. I'm pretty sure he just fell, so I wish they didn't call that. But if they did count that, and that went into the judge's decision, this might go in the way of Pineda and BDave. I'm going with my people, Pineda and BDave. Don't do that with your tongue, Wasabi, you goofy. It's going to be a split decision. All right, who's going to win? It's a fucking draw. It's a fucking draw. It's because they don't know how to judge it. They're like, how do we even fucking judge this shit? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the tag. I could do without that shit. The picture they're taking is mad funny. Shouldn't be that way. No. Tag team boxing is useless. I'm gonna be honest with you. They start promoting like future boxing cards that are gonna be on DAZN, and I guarantee you, 80% of the people that are watching this right now don't give a fuck about none of these real boxing cards that are coming up. They are here just because this is influencer boxing. So this is almost a pointless fucking plug. I'm always mad with the draw. I want to see a motherfucking winner. I want no draw bullshit. I feel like one judge was like, you know what, I think this side won. Another judge was like, I think this side won. The third judge was like, I don't know how the fuck you want me to judge this shit. I'm just gonna call it a draw. That way no one can get mad at me. He's like, fuck, 38-38. Hopefully one of these guys can finish it quick. Like I keep saying, I want to get into the meat of these fights, which to me starts with King Kenny and Anthony Taylor. Listen. For a second, I was like, what do you mean pause? And I'm like, oh, okay. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I like how my mate Nate just said the reason why I like boxing is because it's not like you have another teammate that you can rely on. It's just you versus them. And he says this right after they literally just did a tag team match. It's like, that's exactly the point. It should just be you guys. But they do this other shit. See, they're plugging it again. Visit fansly.com/primecard to see more of the ring card girls. You want to see the fucking, the Gluck Gluck 3000? Go to this site right here. We got you. They do all the things. Then again, the fact that it's fansly.com/primecard makes me wonder if they had the girls do poses and like pictures specifically for a Fansly account that they set up themselves. And then they just kind of split the money amongst the girls. Where are you watching it, Diego? Are you watching it on DAZN, YouTube, or ESPN? DAZN. Yeah, I don't know. This is the DAZN. It's popping up at the bottom of the screen. Maybe it depends where you live. Maybe some places they don't promote it. I feel like Whindersson Nunes is going to get fucking clapped. 5 inches shorter, 5 inches less reach. And King Kenny pieced this man the fuck up. So unless he suddenly got better, I don't know what's going on here. I need to do my best to not eat all this fucking yogurt. All right, they're gonna walk out for the fight in a minute. I'll be right back. Yeah, it pops up on the bottom of the screen for me. I was just typing, do you want to save some yogurt for the main event? No, no. Honestly, I'd rather finish eating whatever it is that I want to eat of it before all the big fights start. That way I'm not like in the middle of eating while shit happens, because I'm probably going to try to talk more about every little thing that I see happening and shit. My man, my Nate. Okay, he's coming out with a cutie. Is that his girl? So this guy does YouTube content, but he lives in Thailand. So he does Thailand style YouTube content. Isn't Thailand like that's like the home of the home of the home of the lady boy? I'm probably gonna get in trouble for saying that. I'm just being honest, right? Like, is that not? Am I wrong? I feel like that's a thing. He's got 44 million YouTube subscribers too. This man is KSI and Logan's YouTube channel combined. That's madness. What in the world? He says I gotta have a talk with my man Nate. It's my mate Nate, bitch. Oh, what the fuck? His pants are mad weird. He's got boxing shorts where like half of them look like they got fur on it, and the other half is just like normal. My man's got to link me up with some of these Thai women. Come on now, stop playing with me. I have to reach out to this man. He's like, yo, listen, coming to Thailand, baby. What's going on? You've been there for a minute, it seems like. Put me on. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know shit about either of these guys. I just know I seen Whindersson Nunes get pieced up by King Kenny. Never seen my mate Nate fight. I know he was on a previous Misfits card, but I did not watch that card or that event or whatever. So that's right. They both lost to Kenny. Yeah, I did see that somewhere. Yeah, Nunes' fan base is ridiculously big. I was saying before, he's got more Instagram followers than every other person on this card combined. That's wild. Because I'm a little bit behind, once we get into the big fights that I really want to see, I'm probably going to watch the fight, talk about it, and then look at chat more so after the fact. It's not like we're having a crazy amount of talking going on anyway, but because I assume some of you guys are going to see shit happen before I see it. And I don't want someone to come in and accidentally spoil it. I appreciate that. Woo! My mate Nate quick. He got some quick hands. That little 1-2 was nice. No one's like really taking over yet, but I'd say my mate Nate is looking better. His hands, quick hands, good movement. Winderson ain't looking bad though either necessarily. It's just good head movement. Nate's smart though. He's keeping that jab going. Like there's less than I'd say between 5 and 10 seconds going by before he throws the jab out again and again and again. Like he's keeping the jab active. But Winderson's handling it well. He's not just getting caught nonstop. Okay, Winderson got some good head movement though. Okay, I like this. It's interesting. I'm impressed by the head movement. I honestly didn't expect very much from these guys, but it's not doing bad. I'd give that first round to my mate Nate. I just feel like he was a lot more active. He kept the jab out there the entire time. Landed a couple good shots, couple good 1-2s. Winderson landed a little bit, but I just don't feel like it wasn't all that much. Come on, I'm trying to see the ring card girls. Zoom it in. Why you gotta show it from far away? I want to see it close up. Stop playing with me. I'm here for more than the fights. For scientific purposes, right? I'm just here to do the work of man. You know what I mean? Like I'm just trying to figure some things out, and I figured these close-up cameras can help us out with that. See, these are shirts that I need to make. Only one way to find out for scientific purposes. Like, yo, there's some shit that we need. I just got to find a legit way to do it. I just don't like Teespring. I feel like they have bad quality. Ooh, good jab, good jabs. Like Nunes has good head movement and stuff like that, but he doesn't have any way to get his own jab going. He doesn't have as good a jab as Nate, like not even close. So he's kind of reserved to just trying to move around and kind of come in almost like Frazier-esque as far as like Ali Frazier, you know what I'm saying? Frazier kind of just come up on the side. I mean, I guess you could say Tyson as well. Tyson got his style from Frazier. Not to say that he's either of those fighters, but just in that fashion of trying to weave and then come in with a hook because he can't seem to get his own jab going. But as long as Nate stays smart, I feel like he could kind of run this. Ooh. Yeah, he has landed some good body shots. He's definitely landed some good body shots. It's good that he's going for those because he's not landing much to the head when he's trying to weave and go up top. But like they just said, the body shots he's landing almost every single time. I would agree with them. Nate's landing a good jab and stuff like that, but he's got to land something significant. Something to deter Winderson from wanting to come in and feel like I could just keep getting these body shots off. Yeah, it's hard to say. Like Nate is definitely dropping more volume, I think, like the jab and all that kind of stuff. But and I mean, I'm not saying anything the announcers haven't already said, but it doesn't feel like it's doing much to Winderson, whereas he's dropping those body shots that are a lot more powerful. What up, Eric? No, he's not fighting Jake. He's just trolling. We're talking to Anthony Taylor. This man's wild, man. What is this man talking about? Anthony Taylor just compared him and King Kenny to him being Muhammad Ali and King Kenny being George Foreman. It's like, what? That is not at all accurate. Now the reporters all look good. All the female reporters look pretty good. Ooh, ooh. Good exchange there. Body shots for some headshots. My main Nate is starting to get off a little bit more with some hooks, but it's not really, it's not stopping Winderson Nunes at all. He's just kind of walking through him and going for the body. Oh, that was a good uppercut by Nate. Winderson shook it off, though. He said, Woo. They're both starting to turn it up a little bit. Ooh, good. Ooh, good body shot from both of them, but Winderson dropped a few of them. I got you, Diego. Some good exchanges in this fight. It's almost there, Diego. Three more seconds. I'm on 1 minute right now. How much of a difference was it, if you know? I'm curious how far off I am. Those body shots are definitely hurting Nate because he's responding quite a bit to them, trying to not get caught too flush. 1050. Okay, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's a good fight. It's a good fight. The way that the first round went, I really thought that my mate Nate was gonna kind of run this. He just seemed like he was in control with the jab and everything like that. But then once Whindersson Nunes found out, okay, I can land to the body pretty much non-stop and there's not much he could do to stop me, that's when the shit started to change a little bit. Now it's just a lot of really good exchanges. Nate tried to go to the body once or twice, and he landed some really good body shots, but as soon as he landed that one good body shot, Whindersson landed like 2 to 3 good body shots. And it's to the point now where when he starts to go to the body, Nate immediately drops and tries to block it and stuff. So we'll see if Whindersson changes it up and starts to go up top and utilize the fact that he's got him kind of concerned about the body. Might open up some good headshots. This is a good fight though. This is a lot better than I had anticipated it would be. I don't know if Nate has the edge or not. It's tough to say after that first round. Because let's just say Nate is landing like 10 more shots because he's popping that jab out so much. Nunes is dropping like all power shots to the body. Like there's way more significant damage. I don't know though. It's tough to say. Nate is definitely getting off more punches though, overall. All right, Nate's looking good right now. Yeah, Nunes, he's definitely got more ring control, like backing him down. I don't know. I don't actually know exactly how they score boxing. Like, I know with MMA, ring control doesn't really come into play unless it was like an even round. Then they start to go to other factors like ring control to try to help decide who won it. I don't know if boxing does that or if boxing takes that as one of the main components that they're looking at. Like, I've watched a lot of boxing in my life, but I've never actually paid attention as far as, like, I've never looked up to see exactly how they judge it, like what the actual wording is. Whereas with MMA, I have. It's a good fight, though. This is one of those fights where if it went 6 to 8 rounds, I feel like we would definitely get a finish. I don't know that we will get anything in the next 30 seconds, though. I hope they don't put this as a draw. It is a really good fight. I give them respect. It was a good back and forth fight, but let's pick a fucking winner. The tag team, it works like if you've watched WWE, WWF, whatever, it works the same as that. You just have 2 guys in the ring. When they're ready to tag out, they tag out. Otherwise, it's relatively the same time limit, same rules and stuff like that. You just can tag in your partner whenever you want. You got Nunes. Interesting. I can see Nunes winning it. Because I picked my mate Nate, I'm gonna go with Nate. I want him to win it so I get my more of my picks right. It's hard to say because I feel like Nate landed more shots, but Nunes might have landed more significant shots. I don't know, though. Towards the end, Nate was blocking some of those body shots. We'll see. We'll see. What up, Lee? Yeah, I think the tag team boxing is stupid. Not a big fan of it. Oh, I'm snacking. I got yogurt and granola. My bad. Once the fights start, I get so into the fights, I'm not even paying all that much attention. Unless I see something about the boxing, and then I start going into the conversation, but... Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes either way. I just don't want to see a fucking draw. No more draw bullshit. Pick a side. Yeah, I would hope it's not a draw. The commentators don't seem to think that they don't think Nunes won, but they can see a draw. I can see it going either way. I do think Nate landed more though. But again, who was more significant? They gave him every round. Every single round. Every judge gave him every round. I'm surprised they gave him every single round. All right, let's update that card, baby. That's another dub. I'll take it. I'll take it. Whoops. Oh my God. People gotta stop asking me about weird people. I'm not gonna respond, my friend. I apologize. I'm here to talk about boxing. We got Misfits card. We got some good fights coming. I'm down for any boxing conversation. The beautiful thing is it's usually a quick turnaround to the next fight, so I'm happy about that. I just fed my dog a plum pit and he crushed it and ate it up like a bone. Dog said, I ain't playing no fucking games. Like, give me that shit. I'm gonna eat that shit. I would love to have a dog if I didn't have to take care of the dog. Like, if I didn't have to bring it outside to go bathroom and all this extra shit, I'd love to have a dog around. But I can't be bothered, man, to be like, yo, I got to go outside to pee every so often. I got to bring it. I got to go do this. I got to do that. It's like, bro, I'm good. But as far as, like, having the dog kicking it with me and hanging out and patting it and playing around in the house, totally would be cool. I just can't be bothered with all the other shit. That's why if by chance at some point I'm like, you know what, I want to have an animal here with me, I feel like I would get myself a cat. Because a cat just does its own thing. You know what I'm saying? You can get one of those self-cleaning litter boxes or, like, you know what I'm saying, some simple shit. And the cat just does its thing. And it's like, yeah, I'll pet you every so often. It doesn't play with you like a dog does, though. So that's the only problem, is you don't get that same interaction. So that's why it's like, I wish I had the best of both worlds. You know what I mean? The dog that just does its own thing, doesn't need to go out, doesn't, you know. What up, Ty? The fights are good so far. I'm enjoying them. I'm enjoying them. We're just about to get into all the fights that I really want to see, though. So I'm excited. We'll see how these go. Get a butler. I wish I could afford a butler. I see KSI with his fucking personal chef and stuff, and I'm like, man, that must be fucking nice. That must be nice. I got the hiccups now. See, that's what dogs are good for. He's like, yo, I don't want to get up and go to the trash. The dog's like, I will take care of that, please. Please hand that over. What up, Ethan? The best boxer in the world? I do not know. I guess it's easy to say. I don't watch enough boxing anymore. I watch more MMA. But I guess you could. It'd probably be easiest to say Canelo. I'd say he's easily either it or in the discussion. So the dog gets annoying, bro. It wants to play all the time until they're older. Yeah, that is another thing. Non-stop. Whereas with the cat would just be like, you know what? I'm just chilling here. I'm just purring and just watching and seeing what's going on. And it's like, you do you, my friend. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the cat. It depends on the cat. Like a while back, I had watched a cat for a girl that I had hung out with, and it was a dope cat. Although it was like, because it had never been to my apartment, it was obviously a little bit timid for quite a while. But they were in another country for like a month, so I had to have the cat here the whole time. And eventually, it started to warm up a little bit, and it was cool because it would just come over to me every so often while I was recording videos. I'd pat it, I'd pat it, I guess too, but I'd pet it for a little bit, whatever, you know, play around, and then it would just go off and do its thing. And I'm like, yo, fuck yeah, I'm good to go. I got cat zoned. No. And cats will let you know, like, yo, don't fuck with me right now. Like, leave me the fuck alone, bitch. I will fuck you up. That's exactly. If you get a cat, get two. Yeah, get a monkey. A monkey would be that would be the dopest thing ever, to be honest with you. A monkey would be the dopest thing ever. One of those little tiny monkeys that just jumps around all over. Oh, that'd be so fucking dope. More promotion of the fucking the ring card girls fucking sucking dick. Check this out. You could see more of the ring card girls. Hey, you 12-year-olds that are buying this with your parents' credit card that want to watch for KSI. If you guys want to see more of these ring card girls naked, just go to the site down below. If you memorize your mom's credit card number, you can get access today. It's like, yo, it's wild. I'm just not a fan of the hair they lose. Yeah, that could be a thing. Definitely is a thing. You don't want to take care of a dog. A monkey's like a little yeah, but I don't got to bring it out for like specific walks or to pee, right? Like I can still teach it to go to the bathroom inside. And we could work something out. I'm gonna be honest. I'm assuming. I actually don't know. I don't know what entails the bathroom of a monkey and how that all goes and shit. I'm just familiar with dogs and cats when it comes to that. So, oh, a diaper. Ooh, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll pass on that one too. I'll just go hang out with my friend who has a monkey. That's what that'd be cooler. What if you could teach it to use the toilet? Come on now. Be going to go to the bathroom and the door is closed and you knock and it's just like, And it's like, okay, I'll wait till you're done. It gets done, flushes, leaves, and you just go in and use it. That'd be kind of fire. They had the card with Fansly on it. I wasn't even paying attention to that. I was looking at the bottom. Listen, I send the cat out. Cat can get me a bird, bring it back. I remember when I was little, we had a cat that it was like an outdoor cat, so we'd let it go out. That motherfucker would bring back like a bird, mice, like random shit, and it'd just leave it at the front door. Like, you motherfucker. It's like, stop killing shit. Damn, that's a crazy reach difference. 76 for 66 inches. That's wild. Okay, this is interesting. Monkey would be in the bathroom throwing his shit all over the walls. That would be the day that I get rid of the fucking thing. I'll tell you that much. That motherfucker would be on the first fucking trip out of this house. Let's go. I do like how quick they get to these fights, man. They know how to do this. Little wait time. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. I don't know why the fuck I just did that, but. Oh, he's got. Oh, my man Anthony Taylor bringing out the biddies. Oh. They doing splits, shaking ass. You guys that aren't watching this are missing out right now. So I would assume that Anthony Taylor likes blonde girls because they're all blonde. Best walkout of the night by far. I'm just doing the scientific calculations right now. That's all. 2 thighs plus 2 cheeks. It's like E equals MC squared type shit. That's what we're doing right now. I guess that's math, but it's you know, listen, it's all the same. It's all the same. Oh goodness, she's shaking that ass. You know, I knew I picked Anthony Taylor for a reason. I like this man. I like this man. I think I just became a bigger fan. He likes coming out with like those like, I call it like the Ultimate Warrior gear. My man to come out like he's the Ultimate Warrior. All those like long dangly fucking like whatever you call them. I don't know how you I don't know what you call the shit, so I can't even say it, but I know something else became. He's pretty much like the gatekeeper. That's what people look at him as. Imagine coming out and getting your ass beat in front of those girls. Yeah, right? Seriously. Tassels. That's what it is. The tassels. Yes. Going to see Junk tonight. That's going to be a good time. Kenny coming out to Many Men. Oh. Oh, never mind. You guys can't hear the... I was like, oh, this motherfucker just got my whole stream copyright claimed. Not like it matters, but... I was like, hopefully they don't suspend it, but I forgot you guys can't hear what I'm listening to. It's good. So King Kenny is been voted for 69% versus 31% to win. I can see him winning, but I just feel like Anthony Taylor is going to be doing that punch once, twice, clinch. Punch once, twice, clinch. Whether or not that wins him the fight, we'll see. Or if Kenny has a way to kind of get around it. But I feel like that's what he's just going to kind of be in his face and try to play that bully. I mean, shit, with the reach difference like that, he's going to have to. This is his only option. The ref got some satellite dishes for you. Yo, shots fired. They literally just called him the gate. They said the what? Okay, they called him the gatekeeper, but then they said he's the Muhammad Ali of influencer boxing. Stop fucking playing. What are we talking about? This man, first of all, fights nothing like Muhammad Ali. And he's not anywhere near the talent. Don't even ever say that. I'm sure he told them to say that, but don't ever agree to say that. That's a disrespect right there. Does he have OnlyFans on his trunks? He probably does. Maybe he got sponsored. They sent him some girls for the walkout, for the sponsorship. Anthony Taylor is like my height, just minus the Hulk physique that I bring to the table. It's another reason why I gotta vote for him, you know what I mean? Kenny look like he got long ass fucking arms. Man's a orangutan. I can say that because I'm black. Anthony Taylor just rushed him. Literally ran at him like he was sprinting. That that was wild. He's just, like I said, this is what he's going to do. He's just going to keep in his face, punching, swinging. As long as his cardio can allow him to do that, he'll never allow King Kenny to get set up to actually get off punches in the way that he wants. This is what he's going to do. Now, whether or not this is going to continue to work is going to be another story, but this is exactly what I expected from him. If he stays on the outside, he lets Kenny get going. He can get that jab going. He can get set up punches, but as long as he keeps rushing him like this, he can't do anything. Try to land a few punches, then get inside. Land a few punches, then get inside. He's not rushing him as quick anymore, but he's still trying to get in there off of every punch or two. Like, he literally just punches and then just throws his body into him. The way he rushed him at the beginning was mad funny. I didn't even look at the shorts. Does he have, is it OnlyFans on the back? Oh, it's on the front. It's on the leg. It says, right? Is that what it says? OnlyFans? I'm trying to see it now. Oh, it says bet us on the front. The OnlyFans, I think, is on the back, isn't it? But see, he just keeps smothering him, and then he just, boom, little tiny, bong, bong, body shots like this. Because it counts as punches, technically. And if he keeps doing that and Kenny can't really do anything, then his punch counter is going to go higher and higher and higher. And inevitably, he might win the fight. It's an interesting technique. Right? The OnlyFans is on his ass, I think, right? It's on the back. That's what I thought. I mean, that is kind of wild that it's back there. Teach their own. Teach their own. Kenny's got to come up with an answer for this, though, because he's not able to get his jab going, which he sets up a lot of his punches behind. And without that, it's going to just kind of be this sloppy, messy fight, which it's actually going to end up being kind of boring, to be honest with you. So okay, okay. He's doing what he does still, but he's landing some shots on Kenny on the way in, though. You got to give him props for that, at the least. It's like, it's not the most exciting strategy, but it's working so far. You've got to, I guess, at the very least, give him props for that. And Kenny has to find some way to like, he's got to find the answer to the puzzle. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, this is what he did to Salt Poppy, and he won the fight, right? So it just depends. Because if Connie, if Kenny can't get any punches off, and he just keeps doing this over and over, then Kenny's gonna have very little punches landed, you know, very little significant shots, any of that kind of stuff. It's a shitty way to win, in reality, because it's not really a boxing match at that point. I mean, it is, but it isn't. It's like his little trick that he's found to kind of to make himself competitive against these guys that have better boxing skills than him. But he does also catch them sometimes going in, because he knows how to fight. It's just less of a boxer and more of an MMA fighter. And so he kind of uses that ability to grapple and be used to fighting inside. And because in MMA, you'd grapple them up like that, get against the cage, and you can land all these little shots, and that's just a big part of it. But in this, obviously, that's not normally the way that you do it. Take it easy, Canal. I appreciate you stopping in for a minute, homie. Right? He's kind of cheesing the fight. Yeah. It's not exciting, but it technically works. It makes you wonder if Dillon Danis watches this and he's like, that's what I'm going to do to Logan. And he's going to try to just stay in front of Logan in his face and then just grapple. Because then Logan can't really get anything off. Because I just don't see Dillon actually beating him in boxing. See, Kenny's getting frustrated. That's what he wants, though. Kenny's getting frustrated. If you get frustrated instead of coming up with an answer for it, it's just going to continue to go this way. Yo, Anthony Taylor's out here putting his arm up already and fucking celebrating and shit like that. It is interesting. As much as, like I said, it kind of makes it a little bit boring. Is it really Anthony Taylor's fault, right? Like, he's doing something that's not against the rules. It's completely legal in boxing. And obviously, like, if he fought like a high-level boxer, like if he was fighting against like a Canelo would have an answer for this. They would find a way to turn the tables. You know what I'm saying? And until he runs into somebody at the influencer boxing level that understands how to deal with this kind of a situation and change it around, then he's going to continue to win. It's no different than in, like, say, MMA. You have a wrestler who's really good and they keep taking somebody down and they do a little bit of work on the ground, but nothing too crazy, but they can completely control the person and they just do it every round. It's not the most fun, but it's within the rules, and it's up to that person to get back up and that person to learn how to, change the pace of the fight. Yeah, he was saying something like, I can't fight on the back foot, I think, or something like that, because he can't really get set and move forward and get his shit going. He's constantly going backwards. So now he's trying to move forward. Anthony came in and he's moving forward at him instead of going backwards. We'll see if that changes anything, but He didn't hit him that hard in the back of the head. Come on now. He's just trying to get some energy back, I think. My man got OnlyFans on the cheeks. Pause. Ooh, it's a good right. I think I can't get my words out today. The answer for this is kind of like multi-fighting, been able to fight closer in the clinch, been able to throw real tight uppercuts and hooks on the inside of the clinch. Yeah. Other ways to be able to sidestep Hill because Taylor keeps you. Yeah, if he had better footwork and he could like almost like Lomachenko, how Lomachenko cuts those angles and shit, that would work really, really good in this situation, I would assume. But he's also got to start to try to read. Like Anthony Taylor, he's ducking to the right a lot. I feel like he ducks to the right a lot when he comes in. Either, I guess he does go the other way too because he throws the overhand. But there's a lot of times he's not throwing the overhand and he's ducking to the right. So you got to try to take advantage of that and get ready. And if anything, even though you see him standing in front of you, almost throw your punch to where you know he's going to keep ducking to. Like just be prepared because you know he's going to come in and do that. You just got to like try some different things like that out. I'm not saying I'd be able to do it, but this is the shit that you should have been training for. What up, Ping? I don't know. I feel like on paper, Tommy should win that fight. It's tough to say because KSI hasn't really had a true test. Like the Fournier fight, it didn't go long enough to really get into it because of the elbow. Temper has a glass jaw and he's gotten better, but he wasn't really somebody that's going to push KSI. Swarmz and Pineda were not able to push KSI. He hasn't really been pushed since the Logan fight, and that was when both of them were like really not great boxers. It was more so just two people brawling, so you can't really go based on that. I mean, it shows that KSI has heart, but as far as fighting somebody who can box, we've never seen this yet. So it's really hard to gauge. On paper, Tommy Fury should win that, but I really want KSI to win. Yeah, Kenny's definitely not as prepared for this as I thought he would be. Like, you knew that this was coming, 100%. You dig? You dig what I'm saying? You dig? This man says you dig way too fucking much. You dig? You dig what I'm saying? You dig? KSI 4-0, yeah. Because the first fight with Logan was a draw, but it was also an amateur fight, I think, or an exhibition or something with the headgear. You dig? So you guys can't hear what I'm listening to. They're talking to Dean the Great in the back. I just keep saying you dig. Oh, I'm not giving any context. Dean just keeps saying you dig. Just got to do this, this, and this. You dig. I'm trying to do this. You dig. Ooh. Anthony Taylor's landed some shots, though, too. Because Anthony Taylor, like, what he does is he throws it, when he goes to throw a punch, he throws his whole body in there. Boom, boom, boom. And then it's like body to body at that point. And there's not much you can really do. It's interesting. What up, Aman? How you doing, homie? Yeah, at this point, this is Anthony Taylor's fight. Kenny needs to finish. Or get some knockdowns. Oh, did he just rock him? Wait, did he just rock him? Wait, did he slip or did he rock him? I didn't see what happened. I just saw Anthony Taylor just looked like he was off for a second. Okay, no, he looks fine now. Maybe he just slipped. The site that I bought it on, I can't rewind it. It doesn't allow it. Yeah, no, I mean, JJ is definitely explosive. His awkwardness could definitely play in his favor, or it could play against him. Right until it happens, we don't necessarily know. Wow, they took a point. Did they just take a point away? Oh, it's over. Kenny lost now. He needs a finish. He needs a finish. It's a good point. That's actually a really good point. In these moments when Anthony Taylor's not rushing and they're still kind of at odds here, just kind of like feeling out what's going to happen next, Kenny needs to rush him like he's rushing Kenny. You know what I'm saying? Like when Taylor's not coming in and he's just standing there, you need to go in with a fucking jab across. You know what I mean? Like you need to start pushing in and try to do exactly what he's doing to you to him. I feel like that would start to turn the tables a little bit, because then he's like, oh shit, he's coming at me. Like, you don't give him time to think about what he's going to do and what opening he's going to take advantage of. You need to just start being aggressive. That's at this point, that's the only option you got, because you got to finish this. I keep going back and forth on Salt versus Slim. I'm going with Slim, but I could see it going either way. None of the fights that I've picked do I really have any, like, it's not like I want somebody to win. I'm more so picking who I think is going to win. Because, like, I think Tommy's going to win, but I want KSI to win. The rest of them, I don't care. Like, Salt and Slim, whoever wins, I'm not really, like, invested in either person that much. I just want to see a good fight. But on paper, I keep going back and forth if it's going to be Salt or Slim. And I ended up with Slim. So I put him on my little thing right over here next to me. But I wouldn't be upset either way. I kind of, as much as I've never been a Dillon Danis fan. Really don't like that guy. But I'm not a big Logan fan either. I'd love to see Dillon win, just because I think that shit would be fucking hilarious, and the amount of shit that he would talk. But I don't think that Dillon's going to be able to do it. So right there we go. There we go. There we go, Kenny. Just rush him. Rush him. Break it out. Break it out. Kenny, break it out and then go right back in his face. Just break it up yourself and then get right back in his face. Don't let him come to you. See, they break it up and then Kenny immediately goes like this and lets Anthony just come back to him. You got to stop doing that. That's exactly what lost you this fight so far. Like right now, push, go in. Nope. He's letting Anthony come in every single time and be the first person to step every single time. It's a problem. He's fighting defense the whole time. Exactly. It's not working for him. He's literally walking into him now. Like he's walking to Anthony, but he's still doing it like this. Go in now, Kenny. This is stressing me out. I mean, I picked Anthony Taylor, but I wanted to see Kenny do his thing. Because I do like the beta squad. It's just like, even now, 5 rounds in, Kenny's almost waiting for a boxing match. Like, as soon as they get split up, he just gets ready and he's like, okay, I'm going to throw a jab every so often. It's like, no, that's never going to work that way. This man is never going to let that be what the fight is. He's going to continue to rush in with a punch right in front of him and then get close and make it dirty. That's what he's going to do over and over and over. So you've got to beat him to that punch. Like, by now, you should know that. I'm getting stressed out. Yeah, there's no fear, right? Taylor has nothing to be afraid of. Especially as of right now, Kenny's just going like this. So he's like, okay, cool, I can push in every time. There's nothing I have to worry about. There's no weapons, no nothing. Nothing coming at me. That's an Anthony Taylor win. Easy. Easy. He won every single round. Not only that, but I think King Kenny got a point deducted. It's about to be like 50 to 44 on every single card. He ran that whole entire fight. He didn't like really hurt Kenny or anything, but he just ran the fight. Yo, listen, this is what I said in my prediction video. I'm like, this is exactly what I predicted happening. I'm like, he's just going to stay in his face, throw 1 to 2 punches, get in there with the clinches, and he's just going to try to bully him around the entire fight. And it's exactly what he did. Like, I knew this from the outside looking in. There's no way that Kenny's camp did not try to prepare him for that. There's no way. Because if they didn't, then they're crazy. They're crazy if they didn't try to prepare him for that. I'm updating my picks because there's no way that he doesn't win. So I'm gonna just mark it right now for a dub. Boom, boom. The question is, do they continue to allow do they continue to allow Anthony Taylor to fight on the influencer cards? Because they're not really that exciting of fights. And nobody seems to have an answer for how to beat him, which is not his fault. He's following the rules, but it's not very exciting. So he's just going to continue to just chop down influencers that otherwise could be building up their career, beating people, and having more exciting fights. So it's like, it becomes like you know what I'm saying? Like, do you just continue to let him do this? Or do you just say, all right, we're not going to put him on the next card and let people do their thing, right? Like, because he's not really an influencer. It's almost like he was brought in because if people beat him, he was a legit MMA fighter. I mean, not like anything amazing or anything like that, but he was a fighter. And so it just looks good, you know? Kenny has one of the more difficult fight records, yet he's still disappointed. Yeah. It's a tough one. Yeah, I think at this point he could anybody who can't adapt, he's beating without a doubt. Because same thing, like KSI is he wants to get step back. He wants to, you know, be able to kind of come in when he's ready and shoot in and out, like that Michael Venom Page style that he tries to use and stuff. But if you stay in his face, what can you do? Now, if he adapts, then it could be different. But okay, 49-45. So someone gave 1 round to Kenny, I think. Oh man, the Ultimate Warrior with his tassels. Yo, he even grabbed the rope and shook it. Anybody that knows Ultimate Warrior, that was his shit. Get on the side of the ring and just fucking cocaine high, just wilding out. Well, that went exactly like I anticipated. I have no idea if he ever went to jail. I don't know much about him really as a person. I don't know if that's what that was. If he's been in a movie, I don't know anything about his life, to be honest with you. I never even really watched him as an MMA fighter. I just know that he was one. I think he fought in Bellator, which I didn't watch as often. So I feel like it would be interesting with KSI because when you think about the KSI and Logan fight, what Anthony Taylor is doing to King Kenny, in all reality, was almost a little bit like what KSI did to Logan Paul. Like, he kind of just kept running in and making it a brawl, whereas Logan in the first fight wanted to stand back and box. Like, he was piecing him up a little bit with the jab in the very first couple of rounds, and then it started to turn more into a brawl because KSI just kept pushing the issue. So KSI might have it in him to do a similar style to Anthony, and he might just be like, you know, fuck it, if you're going to rush me, I'm going to rush you first, bitch. I could see that being a thing, and that might be a little bit of the difference. Whether or not he'll win, I don't know, but I think he would have a way better chance of winning than King Kenny. For some reason, these guys just, they don't adapt. They just, it's like you're 5 rounds in, and King Kenny is still standing there after the ref breaks him up like it's going to be a boxing match and he's going to be able to get his jab started. It's like, motherfucker, you've learned by now that that's not going to be the case. This man is going to keep rushing you. So you've got to do something different. Like, you've got to try something else. It's wild. All right, but next we got Dean the Great versus Walid. This is going to be this is probably going to be the most technical fight on the card. I got to go with Walid. I got to go with Walid. Well, I never put videos out on my reaction channel yet. I'll have to do it afterwards. What up, One? How you doing, homie? You dig? Yo, it's about to be a whole you dig shit going on here. I fuck with Dean. I think Dean could win. I just don't know. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. Nah, listen, One, we were just actually having that discussion. So we were just having this discussion. And I did say that there's a chance that maybe they decide to stop putting him on cards because of the fact that he's really just steamrolling the growth that a lot of the influencer boxers can have. As far as, like, if King Kenny kept winning, kept getting some finishes here and there and stuff, his star power becomes bigger and bigger, and that's only good for the scene. And then people keep getting fed to Anthony Taylor where they just can't seem to adapt to his style. And then he beats them and kind of like slows down that growth. So for that reason, and it not being super exciting, could be one of the reasons why they just don't put him on cards in the future. But at the same time, he's not breaking the rules. He's utilizing just a style in boxing that is working for him, right? Now, if he did that against somebody like a Canelo or someone who's like a seasoned boxer, they're going to turn that shit around on him, and they're going to know how to adapt, and they're going to end up beating him. It's just that none of these influencers seem to have that ability. But at the same time, it kind of frustrates me because I'm like, yo, you cannot tell me that Kenny did not train for that happening. Like, they had to have known going into this that he was going to do the exact same thing that he did to Salt Poppy, where he throws a couple of punches, grapples, stays in your face, and tries to bully you. Like, you had to have known that was coming, so why would you not be prepared for it? Like, as much as it's like he's playing it just stresses me out because I feel like Kenny could have turned it around, and I just don't understand why that's not the case. I mean, listen, I can't say that I've never seen it in actual boxing where people have clinched a hell of a lot. Like, there's been some boring ass boxing fights. But he's making mad money. They're going to keep signing him to fight on there, and he's making more money here than he's going to ever in real boxing. Because in real boxing, you got to get to the fucking belts. I don't think Anthony Taylor cares about being great at boxing. I think he just wants to change his life and make mad money, which he said that he's rich now. So shout out to him for that. But listen, I don't disagree. It's boring. And I think that at some point he's not going to end up being on these cards because of that. But at the same time, I can't help but get mad at the people that are fighting him because I'm like, you know that this is what you're going into. And all the way into the 5th round, Kenny is still getting broke up by the ref, and he's standing there, and he's either going like this, or he's acting like he's going to be able to get his jab going. And I'm like, motherfucker, you know you're not going to be able to do that. You know that he's going to rush you again. So every time there's that little lull and you guys are looking at each other and waiting for an opening, you need to be the first to go. You need to be more aggressive and just, like, almost do to him what he's doing to you. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't make that adjustment, it's like, what the fuck do you want? You know what I'm saying? But I do understand, but I feel like, but I will say that I don't feel like he's good for the influencer scene. Because again, if he can just keep steamrolling people who are growing and getting star power, and I don't mean steamrolling them like he's really beating them up, but like just beating them, it's like, it's slowing their ability to grow. Like Salt Poppy was on this trajectory, and he still is, but that slowed it. King Kenny was on this trajectory, but now it slowed it. You know what I'm saying? And it's only hurting the actual influencer boxing scene, I think, to an extent. And there's no benefit in him to continue to do that. Ariel's talking with KSI. Let's fucking go. I will say, so I look at Tommy Fury a little bit differently. In a sense, you can say that he's kind of doing the same thing as far as like, if he keeps beating the big influencers, he's kind of like limiting the ceiling of influencer boxing. But at the same time, he's actually boxing. He's not just like trying to play up this game where he's like smothering them and not allowing them to get anything off and in a boring way. And Tommy is more so like the gauge. It's almost like a race for the influencers to beat somebody like Tommy, who's not an amazing boxer, but is a legit boxer, so they can show that we can do this too. The scene is as good as we say it is, type of thing. Whereas Anthony Taylor, if they beat him, it's not really that big of a deal. People don't really give a shit, but he's hard to beat because of his weird style and how he just smothers you and bullies you. Now, if they beat Tommy Fury, who's not easy to beat either, but is a legit boxer with a big name because he's a Fury, I feel like that dramatically increases the look on influencer boxing. If they lose to Tommy, it's not as big of a deal because people are like, oh, well, he's an actual boxer. That's what it was meant to be. I mean, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. If anybody's in a position to try to like beat a pro boxer to make the scene look better, I feel like it'd be somebody like a Dean the Great or even a Walid, because they're probably the most technical ones in the scene. So if anybody, I feel like it'd be someone like one of them. But even then, it's there's levels to the shit. But there's not anybody on that. Like, there's not a lot of Tommy Furies out there who are like pretty good, not amazing, but have a big name. Most boxers with a big name are very high level boxers, and I don't think anybody in the scene is going to be beating people like that. So that's where it's like, it's tough. Tommy is like a rare commodity because of the fact he's got that last name. He's got a lot of attention on him, but he's not an unbeatable force. The fuck? He's coming out in a fucking Michael Myers mask. Walid, that's interesting. Tommy's definitely getting a bag. That's why he's doing it. 100% he's getting a bag. But I think, so I think Tommy is doing this because if I'm being honest, and I mean, I'm not here to, who knows, I'm not Mr. Boxing expert to tell you all the truth about everything that could possibly happen, but I don't think Tommy's ever going to win a high level belt in boxing. And you don't really get big money until you get to that point. So I think him involving himself in this scene allows him to make a bunch of fucking money, still get a whole bunch of attention and fame, and then when it's all said and done, he can just move on with his life if he wants to. Because when you think about it, like, he's never going to beat somebody like a Vidal, and Vidal isn't even at the top level yet. Like, I just don't think that he's ever going to get to that point. It's like, because he has the name Fury, people put a lot of pressure on him to go and be able to do what his brother Tyson does, but he's never going to be as good as Tyson. It's just a fact. I just don't think that he has it in him to ever be at that level. So for him, this was like the perfect thing to come along and allow him to be like their gauge that they're all trying to reach and beat. Like, oh, we got to beat Tommy. We got to beat Tommy to show that we can do this too, because he'll make a lot of money in the process of that. And it's the money that he'd probably make if he was able to get to a big belt. I just don't think Tommy's ever going to be a world champion. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he proves me wrong one day. I feel like his name should be Dean. What is Dean's last name? I don't know what his last name is. His nickname shouldn't be the Great. It should be You Dig. Dean, You Dig, whatever. What up, DK? Right now it's Dean versus Walid. Dean the Great, you dig? Yo, that You Dig shit is mad funny. Is that like a Florida? Does anybody know? I've never heard a lot of people say You Dig. I don't know if it's like a Florida thing or a certain area of Florida, or if it's just a Dean the Great thing. My bad if I'm talking loud too, because I'm hearing the audio, and so I keep thinking I have to talk above it, but in reality, you guys are only hearing me. So it probably sounds like I'm yelling at times when I don't mean to. Old pimps used to say it a lot, probably. Tommy will get fucking sparked by Vidal. I don't think Vidal will ever fight on a Misfits card. Because for him, he doesn't want to be associated with this as much as he supports it and he wants to see people that he's friends with do well. I don't think he wants to be associated with anything that ever has to do with influencer boxing. He wants to go on to achieve greatness in his own lane and kind of do it his own way. But now you're right. I mean, shit could definitely change. Shit could change. If it was against somebody that was going to be in his way to continue to go up the ranks, and they, like, for some reason were able to bring it onto a Misfits card, I could see that, where it's almost like this is aside from the influencer stuff, this is a pro thing. That's a possibility. He's like a boxing version of Lyoto Machida. I mean, Lyoto didn't like... I don't know if I would agree with that. I'm just trying to think, because like Lyoto Machida was like karate, so he's like he would come in, boom, 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 and then back out instead of, like, it wasn't like he was jumping into clinch and all that kind of stuff, and he definitely wasn't just like a gatekeeper. Whereas Anthony Taylor is never gonna really win any legit belts. Lyoto Machida ended up becoming a light heavyweight champion of the world. I think the best way to compare Anthony Taylor, I can't think of anybody off the top of my head, it'd be an MMA fighter that just wrestles a lot and is really good at taking someone down and controlling them, but doesn't really do too much else. That would be like the MMA version of an Anthony Taylor, in my opinion. At one point, that was Colby Covington, actually. Because at one point, Colby Covington used to just take people down and just wrestle them nonstop and didn't really do much with it, but he did enough to keep getting wins. And then the UFC actually told him that he might end up getting cut because he was so boring. That was when he turned up the shit talking and started to do a little bit more stand up and just like change his whole entire game around. And it actually did benefit him in his career. But that'd probably be the closest I could think of off the top of my head. All right, here we go, baby. Dean and Walid, they're about to start off the first round. This is definitely going to be the most technical fight of the night, I think. Oh, he already caught Dean. Woo! Dean is still in it, but he caught him with a left. Real quick. Stumbled back a little bit. I feel like Walid is a little bit bigger than Dean. Not by a lot, but he's had... Oh, Dean caught him back with a right. Okay, this is already good. This is already good. Like, Walid just, like, there's a similar height, but Walid looks a little bit, like, thicker. Pause. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, Walid. They both caught each other so far, but neither seems really hurt, so. I think that's what's going to happen as a trilogy. I feel like Walid's going to take this, and Dean's going to want that back. It'll be 1-1. We'll see, though. It's crazy that Walid is only 19. I mean, Dean's young too. He's like, what, 22, 23 maybe at most? But Walid being 19 is wild to me. I didn't realize he was that young. You don't look like he's 19 though either. Ooh, ooh. Oh! Walid's got Dean against the ropes. He's landed some decent shots. Dean's game, though. Oh! What the fuck? Dean just, like, did a little, like, hump on Walid's leg when they were in the clinch. I don't know what the fuck that was about. But okay. I guess you do you. Whatever makes you happy. Yeah, that camera angle when they were back against the ropes was wild. I don't mind it. Like, I kind of like the close-up like that, but at the same time, it made it seem like only Walid was getting off, and you couldn't really tell what Dean was landing, because apparently they both landed a little bit. I feel like they should have swung it around to the side so we can see, like, everything happening. I'd give that round to Walid, probably. It was pretty close. But towards the end, when he got him against the ropes and shit, I think that's what kind of determined it for me. You had you ducking and dodge, right? It's like right in your face. I know, right? Zoom in. Let us see. I want to see the ring card girl. I want to show her some love. You know what I mean? Like, you zooming out. I can't do that. I'm here for the entertainment and the science. Like, they're exchanging and both landed some shots here and there, but nobody's landed anything like super, super clean. Oh! Oh! Okay. Dean dropped him to a knee. Walid seems like he's still in it, but he dropped him with a good straight. He went down to a knee. He's still in it. He seems fine, but he caught him off guard right there. Dean might just have this man's number. Oh, he caught him again. Oh. Couple punches. Dean might end this here. Dean might end this here. He's landing some good shots. Oh. Yeah. Walid's almost out. He's trying to fight back, but he's lost his quickness and ability to kind of move. He's just taking shots. Oh my goodness. I give Walid props because he's still going forward and trying to swing back at Dean, even though he's taking shots. His punches don't seem to have a lot of crack in him right now. He's definitely like out on his feet almost, it seems, but he's still pushing. But his punches have slowed down a lot, so it almost makes you wonder, is he completely there? Okay, now he's starting to put some kickback in the punch. Ooh, good uppercut. I feel like Walid is just on autopilot right now. Oh! Woo! He overextended and Dean said nope. Straight right. Okay. I think it's going to be over. If he drops him one more time, it's over. He's got to make it to his corner. He's got 10 seconds. I give it, yo, listen, I respect that. I respect that even though he's rocked, Walid is still like, I'm not just playing defense. I'm still swinging back. I'm not just going to let you come over here and try to put it on me. Like, I'm still in this fight. It's not necessarily working in his favor to do that. But I give him respect for being like, fuck this, I'm still throwing shots at you too, bitch. But Dean is just, it's like once you get caught like that and it slows down your ability to punch and move and it's tough because you're fighting another person who's extremely fast. And as soon as your speed just goes down, he's going to take advantage of that every single time that you guys engage. So you got to be really careful. Yeah, whether he can recover or not in a minute in the corner is going to be what it comes down to, but I don't think so. I feel like he's taking quite. He looks like he's a little shaky in the corner. Woo! Dean is just opening up right now. Hitting him with right hooks over and over. He's got no defense for it. He just keeps hooking him to the... Yo, it's wild. Yeah, Walid is just... He's just not there right now. Ooh, okay, that was a good left from Walid, but Dean ate it. Dean ate it because he's still moving forward. Walid's trying to push, though, now. Oh, Walid's okay, apparently Walid's bleeding out the nose. I didn't even notice it. I can only see his back right now. He's throwing a little bit more pop in his shots, though. I don't know that Walid is back necessarily, but he's throwing a little bit more in the shots. Dean still feels like he's a step ahead, though, in everything. Ooh! He's recovering, but when you look at Walid right here, he just don't look healthy. Like, he looks like he's not in good shape right this moment. Like, Walid, it's almost like he's just like... It's almost like he don't know where he is. He's like on autopilot. Sheesh. This is crazy. Yeah, Taylor did fight Tommy Fury a while back. It was a while ago now. Got a weird feeling about Walid getting KO Dean next round. We'll find out. Depends on how Walid comes out this round. If he's feeling good enough to make some shit happen. Shouldn't have ate all. Look at 2 pounds of yogurt. Oh, it's unhealthy. I'm full as a motherfucker. And I ate not that long before I had that. Oh, how many calories? Probably way too many. It's 150 calories per serving, and there's supposed to be 5 servings per container. So what? 750? 2 pounds, 907 grams. I don't know if that changes anything. I know we do different math here, or different like units of measurement here. I don't think I'm eating anything for the rest of the day. I think that's it for me. I'm good. Oh! That was a big right by Dean. Knocked out his mouthpiece. Dean's just opening up on him right now in the corner. Oh, you can't grab the back. No. That's dirty boxing right there, bro. You can't do that, Dean. Dean put his arm behind the back of his head. Like you can't grab the back of someone's head and start punching like this. You can't be doing that. As soon as he started to do that, the ref stopped it. And after putting the mouthpiece back in Walid. That's what I think that's what Logan did to KSI. Like he had his hand on the back of his head and uppercut him or some shit like that. What up, Mike? Oh! Oh! Okay. I had to stand up for that one. Dean caught him with a hard right, and the only reason Walid didn't go down is because he fell onto Dean. He fell on Dean's shoulder for a second and then got himself back up. If Dean wasn't right there, he was just going down. There's no way. What in the world? I gotta watch. Yeah, listen, this is like one of those ones you gotta watch standing up. Ooh. I gotta take off my hoodie. I'm getting hot right now. It's getting too hot. I look like one of the little piglets without my shirt on. Yeah, literally, they're titties now. It used to be pecs. Now they're fucking titties. Yeah, that chin is wild. The fact that he didn't go down even after Dean moved. But he definitely fell into Dean for a split second there. Walid, I picked you. Come on, man. You got to make me look good here. Turn this around. Oh! Oh! Walid's still throwing some hard shots at times. I don't know how this man is still in this fight. This is, yeah, hands down the best fight of the, yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. There might be something that comes along better than this, but right now, this is definitely the best fight of the night. That's why I was saying, this might end up being the most technical fight. Like, the speed, their ability to move, like, just everything that they do is just so much on point. Oof. These replays. Okay, he didn't fall into Dean. I thought he fell into Dean. He just kind of like ducked, like he just kind of like he lost his legs for a split second and like kind of went down a little, but then got back up. I thought he fell into him. The angle looked a little bit different before. Okay. So he just almost lost the legs underneath him, but he managed to keep it together. Yeah, I was going to say, he threw the whole guillotine in right there. It's an exciting fight. We needed this after that Anthony Taylor performance. This was good that they put this right after that, so that way they knew if it slowed down and got a little dull, this shit would pick it right back up. Last 2 minutes. Oh! Oh! Walid rocked Dean there for a second. Dean definitely a little wobbliness and a little wobbly in the legs there for a second. Yeah, Dean's definitely hurt. He's definitely buying himself time. Wow, look at this man buying himself time. Get in this fight, motherfucker. Oh! Walid! Prove me right, baby. Come on. Come on. Don't let Dean hold you. Oh. We got 30 seconds left. Oh! Oh! Some shots are being thrown. Walid, you needed to do this sooner. If this went another round, yo, yeah, Dean, yo, that's crazy. Walid just started to turn that shit around. I never saw that coming. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's definitely Dean's fight. Too little, yeah, it's unfortunate. If he would have started pulling up and doing that shit in the round before the last round, it might have been able to snowball into the last round and get that finish, but is too little too late. That's wild though. He almost turned that shit around and got Dean. No, I don't think Ryan Garcia and Jake will ever happen. If either of them fought Ryan Garcia, they got to get down to his weight class, and I don't think Jake could possibly get there. Whew. Right? I'm be honest with you. I'd still watch a fucking. I would happily watch a that fight again. I would happily watch that fight again. That was a fun fight. Like they said earlier on in the commentary. I think Mams was like, we should put them on every card that we do, and I completely agree because that shit would be fun. Yeah, I don't think either. Speaking of Ryan Garcia, because he said something about, oh, KSI wants to fight me, da da da. I just don't see that ever happening because Ryan Garcia comes in and weighs like 135 or some shit like that. KSI is fighting at like, I think tonight is what, 180, 185? Jake fights at 180, 185, if not higher. I just don't, I mean, at least pro boxing wise, there's no way that those guys will ever fight unless somehow they did some kind of like an exhibition or some shit. Might have to give them a 5-fight contract for the next 5 Misfits. Facts. Because, like, you just put them after any fights that you think might end up not being that great, and then boom, you right back into the action because that shit got me hyped up again. And now we go from here to Salt Poppy and Slim to Dillon and fucking Logan to KSI and Tommy. So I feel like that just reignited the excitement of the night, and now you're going into some really, really dope fights. Facts. Definitely need a round of applause because that shit was entertaining. Walid, you could tell, is disappointed. Just took him a while to turn it on. Yeah, Chase lost. I actually thought that he was going to win the fight, but I'm happy he lost because I don't like him. I feel what you're saying, Outcast, but let's be honest, that man's going to pop shit. You already know it. I feel like that's just what Dean does. But he definitely almost lost at the end. We'll see what he says when Ariel interviews him. Yeah, if it was 8 rounds, that would have been really interesting to see how the rest of that went. You dig what I'm saying? You dig what I'm saying? Yeah, he said I wouldn't say that I was hurt. He says goddamn a lot too. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, well, he's calling out Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis. A lot of your digs. I will say though, I mean, I don't know that he's beating Ryan Garcia or Tank Davis, but if anybody can make the crossover to actual boxing, it would be probably Dean or Walid. Like Dean, as far as I know, has boxed for a good portion of his life. He just never really went into like competing, but he's like trained a lot of his life, and then he turned it into like influencer style stuff where he was like doing boxing with random people that he would just challenge, or like the street fighting stuff that he set up and everything like that. So he has a background. It's not like he just started because the influencer boxing scene popped off and he's like, yo, I want to be a part of that. Let me start boxing. He had already been boxing. So he's probably the closest person that's not an actual boxer that could potentially cross into boxing. But whether or not he could actually beat a Ryan Garcia or Tank Davis, yeah, I'm saying, I don't know. That's another story. I don't think I would do influencer boxing, no. If they did like influencer MMA, maybe I'd give it a shot. I'm too old to suddenly pick up boxing and try to just do boxing and stuff like that. I just don't think that that would go very well. Not that I'm like some kind of fucking MMA star, but I've done certain things throughout my life where I feel like at least I have a little bit more of a rounded ability to do some stuff. But to just go into one specific skill set, that I'm not like super great with, I don't think it would go that well. Laid Back is going to be on an upcoming card. Interesting. Curious to see how that goes. I'm curious who they'll have Laid Back fight. I don't know if they're friendly or not, but because Laid Back is a pretty big guy, right? So I feel like it almost makes sense that it'd be like him and Stevie Knight or some shit. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? Unless he's not that big, but he seems like he's a pretty big dude. Because there's only so many guys at that weight class that are fighting like that, like the Chase DeMoor, Tempo. Who else is there? Josh Bruckner maybe fought at a heavier weight like that, but I don't know that he's that big. But I know he fought Chase DeMoor at one point, but he probably was outweighed, to be honest with you. But I feel like Stevie Knight's in there if he wants to come back again, which he sounds like he does. And then if Laidback's going to get involved, I feel like that's going to be the matchup. Because Stevie obviously had a bad showing against Chase DeMoor, and then some bullshit happened at the end. But regardless, you know, he kind of, regardless of the fact that Chase did the dumb shit that he did at the end, it doesn't change that Stevie did kind of turn and almost like not run, but like turned his back to his opponent and tried to get away and allowed him to get caught from behind on the jaw, which is definitely not what you should do. So I feel like him fighting someone who's never stepped in there before and him only having that very little experience would be the fairest fight. And it would most likely be a respectful fight, exactly. Oh, he interviewed Mams on his channel a couple. Interesting. Okay, I did not know that. There's a lot of money in it. I'll be real with you. As much as I said that I mean, I'm not a big enough channel, so it doesn't make any sense. But if for some reason I knew that I could go do a boxing match on fucking a Misfits card and make like 6 figures, Sign me the fuck up, bro. I don't give a shit. I will happily go on there, even if it don't even mean I'm gonna win. I'm gonna get. Listen, if I'm gonna make six figures, some life changing money for myself, I would happily do it. Cause I'd be like, all right, I'll spend some of that on the training, and then I just go in there and I'm gonna try to win. But I'm making money, bro. So I'm happy either way. I'm gonna go in there with a smile on my face, and I'm gonna leave with a smile on my face. So it would just depend, but I'm not like this big YouTuber that's going to be able to go in and demand a large paycheck, you know what I'm saying? Whereas if I had like a couple million subscribers or something, I could probably go in and ask for, I mean, maybe not even six figures, but maybe I could ask for like, I feel like you probably could ask for, depending on the card that you're on, you could probably get something like that. I'm curious. Like, I'm curious what Stevie got paid and shit. I really don't know. But I would assume that you're getting over 50K. I'm assuming you're getting over 50K at the very least. If they were going to give me 60, 70K, just to go in and fight for one night, obviously you got to train and everything leading up to it, depending on how much training would cost and stuff like that. If I knew I was bringing home the majority of that, and then after taxes, you know, you got to consider all that shit, I would fucking, and when I think about it that way, it's like, sign me the fuck up. I'm in. I'm all in. You put the money in front of me, I am all in. They're talking to Logan. They said, do you want a close-up of it? Okay, so he's got like a little cut on the side. Yeah, but wasabi, how much does wasabi weigh? But these are also people that have boxed a bunch. I feel like if I went in, I'd want to box somebody else that's going in relatively fresh, that doesn't have a whole bunch of experience doing it. For multiple reasons. Because getting in front of a crowd and millions of people that are watching, because it's a Misfits card and you're going to have all sorts of people, well, not millions, but quite a lot of people watching. I'd rather go in there with someone else that's going to be new to the whole getting into a ring and being in front of people type fighting, because I think that experience of just being comfortable in there is a big part of it too. You know what I'm saying? I feel like if I was in like great shape, I'd probably weigh like, I'd probably have to do like 155. I feel like I'd weigh like 155. Anywhere from 150 to 160, I feel like would probably be my weight class if I was in like really good shape. You could take Mr. Beast. I don't know that Mr. Beast would weigh that much. Mr. Beast is like 6'4", isn't he? Or 6'2" or some shit. So he probably weighs a good amount. They got Tyson Fury here. Tyson Fury, let's fucking go. The crowd loves him, clearly. That's his hometown, I think, right? Manchester. Yeah, that's wild. Couple boos, but Tyson Fury just said that Tommy's gonna knock this bitch out talking about KSI, and the crowd just cheered. Yeah, you gotta love Tyson Fury. That's wild. He says, you know what? I think one day we might see you in the Misfits scene. Fighting who? And he said, never say never. Don't ever put him up against one of these influencers. That man would fuck somebody up. Like, that shit wouldn't even be funny. Like, you put him in there with like a Chase DeMoor or something, he would spark the fuck out of him. You can't do that to nobody. Stop playing. Yeah, his jacket zips up from the bottom and the top. I was just thinking the same thing. He zipped up to show his belly to be like, oh, I'm still fat. And then he zipped it back down, but he still has a zipper up top. It's interesting. Right? Get the ambulance ready. If you're going to put somebody against Tyson, it's crazy. Why would you? You can't do that to nobody. Tyson versus Francis Ngannou is going to be interesting. I feel like Tyson definitely takes it, but like he said, anybody hits, you know, that hard, they hit me, shit can happen. That's how you know you got money. Even your jackets have options. You know what I'm saying? That is a fact. Gotta like Tyson. What up, O'Shane? I couldn't give you the exact time. There's 2 fights before his though. I would assume it's going to be after, so at least an hour and 20 minutes from now. I would assume if I had to guess, but it depends on how fast these next 2 fights go. If they get over really quick, it might be much sooner. Oh, I like this commercial. Anybody that's watching this right now, this commercial with Tyson and Francis is actually really dope. Where them training is like how it impacts the world that the other one is in, and it's really cool. Oh, I like this commercial. If anybody hasn't seen it, you gotta YouTube the Tyson Fury and Francis Ngannou commercial. This is actually really dope. It's possible that there's a bigger break between this fight and the co-main and main, or I mean, I guess they're technically both main events. They say, and then the Salt Poppy and Slim is supposed to be the co-main, but I look at it the way that you're looking at it. Dillon and Logan are the co-main. KSI Tommy the main. Um, it's possible, but I guess it depends on how soon that they want to get out there, right? Unless they're limited because of the fact that they need to do more ads in between those fights. If that's the case, then it's definitely going to be longer. But at the same time, Logan might be like, "Yo, I want to get out there as soon as possible and just beat this man's ass." So he might not be like, "Yo, no, give me a little bit more time," or "Let's wait a little longer." So as long as it's not an ad thing, I feel like it might be pretty quickly. Yeah, they say that it's supposed to be a double main event. That's how they announced the card. That's why they're both up next to each other up top in the picture that I got on the screen. Because Logan and KSI are both supposed to be main events, technically. All right, we got some Slim and Salt Poppy. This is going to be fun. Salt Poppy's transformation, though, is extremely impressive. He says, "Yeah, but we got some common sense." Look at that change. Salt Poppy, yo, it's crazy how much he's adapted, like, in such a short time. Not only that, but Salt Poppy weighed even less than Slim, 161 pounds versus 163. That's madness. Tyson kind of looks like McGregor. I can see a little bit. I can see it a little bit. Yeah, he's got to feel so good about himself making that change. Like that's a fucking accomplishment, man. It's not easy, man. It's like he said, the hardest part wasn't doing the workouts and everything. The hardest part was avoiding the food that I wanted to eat. Because I think he said that he was eating like chicken, watermelon, and like some other bullshit. And that was it. So that shit, that's not easy to stick with that. The question is, does he perform at this weight the same as he did before? Does he have as much power as he had? You know what I'm saying? The speed, I think, will be there without a doubt, if not even faster. But will he carry through with everything else, like the power and all that kind of stuff to, you know, I'd like to believe so, but, you know, but then again, even if his power went down a little bit, he's also fighting lighter people now. So it may not be the biggest difference. Yeah, he said that I mean, I don't know how, if he was actually telling the truth, like that was all he ate, but he said that during his cut down to this weight and exercising and losing all the pounds and everything, he said the only thing that he ate was chicken, watermelon, and either he said something else or he just said water or some shit like that. That was like all his diet consisted of. He just didn't eat anything else. Didn't eat, like, you know, obviously calories, no sugar, no like, I mean, I guess there's might be a little bit of natural sugar in watermelon. I don't know, but you know what I'm saying though. He pretty much cut everything else out. Not a big watermelon fan. I could eat it though. I just feel like it just doesn't have much taste to it. He does look mad young now, right? That shit changed the way he looked. This man's out there pimping now. I think he's got a girl though, so he ain't pimping too much, but he could if he wanted to. What kind of song is Slim gonna come out to? He always comes out to some madness. What's some Michael Jackson? Is this Billie Jean? Be careful what you do. Breaking your heart. That's not Billie Jean. Oh, it is Billie Jean. Okay. It is Billie Jean. I was right. Listen, I'm on Michael Jackson. I grew up on this shit. I questioned myself, though, for a minute. The kid is not my son. Yeah, you gotta love Slim, bro. This man dancing. He's got people that came out in the masks and they're dancing and doing fucking break dancing moves and all this shit. And he's out here fucking bopping on his way down. Yo, Michael was the first deadbeat. Yo, the kid is not my son. Hell yeah. Listen. Let's go. I like some of these entrances. Woo, let's get it. I'm excited for this. Yo, we are right there. Last 3 fights. I'm ready. I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick. No grumpies. Yo, that's still the greatest thing I've ever heard. Here we go, baby. The Hitman. That's right. His last name is Albahur. Okay. I forgot. I was like, what's his last name? They just put him as Slim. Here we go, baby. This is going to be an interesting one. The easy mill of Misfits boxing. Facts. Ooh, it's going to get interesting. I remember them sitting together ranking different fighters and stuff and whether or not they'd ever fight and if they put each other above each other, and we finally get to find out. So far, not too much happening. So Poppy got some speed. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Salt's trying to bullet. Ooh. Nobody's landed anything too solid though right now. Slim doing well to move out of the way when Salt Poppy comes in and starts just slanging him. Salt Poppy doing a little bit of. He's saying he got the belt, doing a little bravado. Ooh, Slim landed a little bit. Slim landed a little bit. Ooh, Salt Poppy's throwing some strong lefts. There's nothing's landed solid though yet. I feel like if one of those land clean, it's gonna be interesting to see how Slim takes it. So Poppy rocking a little Philly shell. Yeah, Slim could definitely use his range more. I feel like he's trying to get the jab going a little bit, but he's not able to get a good distance on it. And then by the time he gets it going or tries to get it going, Salt Poppy's coming in quick with a bunch of different shots. In all reality, Salt Poppy, he's almost doing Slim like Anthony Taylor did Kenny, and like he did, Salt Poppy. But it's like he's doing it in a more exciting way. Like he's not just getting in there to clinch. Like he's just getting in close and then trying to throw as many shots without like actually grabbing him and like just slowing down the fight. But he's rushing in, which is smart because Slim is long, so he's got to try to get beyond that reach disadvantage and get in there and do some work. And I'm mad because it looks like this fucking ring card girl had some cheeks and they're showing us it at a distance. Come on now. What happened to science? Like, kids got to learn something. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be realistic here. What are we actually doing? I didn't see the ad that time. I was just talking about the girl that had the car that was walking around the ring. Oh, they should have showed the ad, though. Should have been like, listen, if you want to see this close up, go to here. Ooh, Slim landing some shots, though. They're just getting in and just swinging in close range. But Slim's game. They're both game. I feel like Slim landed a couple shots, though, as well. He's not just getting ran through. So Poppy's doing good, though, at a distance of moving out of the way of Slim's shots and coming in with a counter. Not always landing clean, but getting himself inside. Woo! Salt landed a couple good shots. Slim coming back, though. Slim ain't just taking that shit and letting it happen. He's definitely tossing back. You're right, when Salt be landing. Yeah, shit's kind of funny. It's what Kenny should have did, right? Like Salt's going in and getting it close, right? And Slim's just like, bro, let's slang him then. Let's do it. Although I will say Anthony was doing more of the grab, kind of to an extent. Salt is at times, but then letting go and trying to get off. Anthony Taylor didn't as much, but I feel like Kenny could have did more. He could have been more aggressive, and I think it would have only worked in his favor. Whether it was aggressive when he came in or you going in first. Yeah, you could tell Slim's trying to get his jab going. Just not having the easiest time of it. And anytime he throws anything other than the jab, like he tries to throw a 1-2, Salt Poppy's pretty much moved out of the way almost, if not every single time. And Luckily, he's not like done any real clean counters off of it, but it's allowed him to get inside where he wants to be. You got Salt up too? Yeah, I could agree with that. I could agree with that. It's no domination or anything, but if I had to pick, I'd probably say the same. Slim's still doing his thing. It's just he can't seem to get completely into a groove. He's letting Salt Papi kind of dictate what's happening. See, the question is, did he lose some of the technique, or is Slim just not an easy person to get off on? Because a lot of the people that he like actually went crazy on, I don't think were all that good. I know Josh Bruckner was considered like this. Oh, he's one of the better boxers in the influencer scene, but I don't think that he really was. Ooh. Ooh, ooh. The counters, Salt Papi's too quick. Like, anytime Slim tries to get off from range, Salt Papi's just slipping right in. Salt Papi don't want to let the ref keep breaking him up. He's trying to get in there. Ref got mad at him for a minute. Ooh, ooh, Slim, ooh. Slim landed like 3 rights. The Salt's just rolling with it. Someone's bleeding. I seen blood on Salt Papi's shoulder. Ooh. Salt Papi's just quick, man. Nah, I feel like Slim knows he's in a fight, so he's just like, he ain't playing games like that right now. I think he's getting tired too. The fact that he didn't want to let go of the rope right there, I feel like that's because he wanted some extra time to kind of relax a little bit. But Slim's willing to brawl though. It almost benefits Slim to get into the brawl, because he can't technically do much from the outside. Slim lands at times, but this is definitely Salt's fight. All right, we're a little bit closer. We're a little bit closer. They're getting us. We're getting more into the science here a little bit. It's not where I'd like us to be, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, when it comes to, I think it just depends though. Like, I feel like Anthony Taylor just completely threw him off, and I don't think he knew what to do with being rushed nonstop. And then it almost seems like he adapted some of Anthony Taylor's style to use against Slim, being he's so much longer. Like, let me just kind of push the issue, get in his face, maybe not do exactly what Anthony Taylor does, but just kind of rush in and in a sense at times. Because there's a few times here where he doesn't. Oh, Slim just knocked. Oh, Salt Papi back a little bit. Oh. Slim is rocking Salt Poppy. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. And after the first punch or two, Salt Poppy was like, nah, I'm good. And then he caught him again. He's definitely hurting. He's just trying to shake it off and make it seem like it's not a big deal. But see, this might be why he's, woo, that might be why he's trying to get inside like that, because he don't want to be, oh, boy, this is not good. I forget what I was going to say about Salt Poppy now, but... Oh, Slim! Slim, okay, Slim. That man earning respect right now. He said, listen, I might have been losing. I look tired. I'm tired. Slim is tired. Slim's getting tired, though. He almost, like, went over to, like, get some breath. Salt's starting to come back and land shots now. I think he knows that Slim's a little bit tired. They're both losing speed. They're both getting a little bit tired, I think. It's really just gonna come down to cardio right now. Who's got the ability to keep their hands up, move out of the way of punches, and not just fucking go down, land some shots. It's a good fight, though. Oh, Salt! Oh my goodness! 15 seconds, Salt Poppy, come on, my man. He's tired. You thought that him getting in shape like this, he had better cardio. They called the fight. Yo! Let's fucking go! Yo, yo, that's crazy. Slim just never gave up. He never gave up. This is beautiful music to play for it too. Still the DRE. Woo! Wow! Ain't that a bit? That's crazy. That's crazy. Slim looked like he was not in it. Like they were saying, he's not playing around. He's not, like, he kind of looks like his spirits have just kind of dropped, and he's not his normal braggadocious self and everything. And then all of a sudden, turn that shit around. That's wild. Now, I'm sure Salt is definitely sad about that, because, like, he was doing really good. He was doing really good, and then all of a sudden shit just started to change. Yeah, he might have lost some power losing all that weight and shit. I picked Slim, but I'm gonna be honest with you. As it started to go on, I was like kind of rooting for Salt Poppy for whatever reason, and then he started to pull it off. I'm like, okay, this is he's gonna take this. Nope. Fucking Slim. What up, Cameron? That's wild, man. Woo! That's the thing. Until the fight starts, I don't necessarily always know who I want to win if I don't have like a reason to want one or the other. And then as it starts to happen, I find myself just rooting for one. So even though I picked Slim, I started to root for Salt. And I was like, you know what? I'm cool with him winning even if I lose my pick. But that's such a good look for Slim. Slim's stock just went crazy because even though Salt lost to Anthony Taylor, a lot of people looked at it like Anthony just kind of smothered him, and yeah, like he should have been able to figure it out. But it's not like he beat up Salt Poppy or anything. Like Salt Poppy looked fine at the end of the fight. It wasn't like, you know, for Slim to beat him like this, that's a big fucking deal for his stock. That's a big deal for his stock. The question is, who does he fight next? Because it's to the point where like his winning streak and stuff, it should allow him to necessarily get in there with the people that are the main event fighters now, like a Logan or a KSI, but I doubt that any of them ever fight him. I doubt it. Now Dean weighs mad. No, I feel like Dean and Walid are like much less weight. Let me see. Yeah, Dean fights at like 120, 130 pounds. They're fighting at 160. So it's a big difference. It's like a 30-pound difference. Kenny, I think Kenny's in that bracket, I'm pretty sure. I think that him and Kenny would be close. Whether they're the same weight, but they're close enough where they probably can make it happen. They might be a little bit heavier, but Slim's also at a lower weight class than he normally is at, too, for this. Well, it took more than one, but I give it to him. He's like, all it takes is one. It's like, motherfucker, you were beating him up with a lot of those punches before he actually went down. But I feel you, though. I feel you, though. Oh, boy, Slim. Oh, boy. Woo! Jarvis wants it. Slim's like, the fuck you doing in here? Yo, Slim's like, get the fuck out the ring. This is my moment, bitch. So Jarvis got in the ring and he's like, yo, I fight at 165. Let's make this happen. And Slim is basically telling him, you got to work your way up to it. You know what I'm saying? Let's get this man the fuck out of here. Nah, I'm not. We don't risk channels over here. No free links, no nothing. You got to purchase that shit. Slim got a big ass nose. Slim out here, he's like, yo. Shout out to Slim though. That man works hard and he continues to win. He's like low key the like he's doing his thing and beating mad people, but it's like you don't hear about his name very often, and really you should, and you probably will now more that he just did what he did to Salt Poppy. But now we on to the main events, or the co-main and main event. But H, my man H. Her mic is cutting out. So they're asking the beta squad who they think are going to win and stuff like that. I can see why he says fight of the night, because I think people just like to see the finish. And when they see the finish, they get all excited and stuff. But I'd say that Dean and Walid, just because the fact, I mean, well, this went back and forth too, though. So it's tough. Yeah, it's tough. I can entertain the argument of that being someone's favorite fight of the night. I can entertain the argument of that, because it's tough to say, because like Dean and Walid obviously went longer, and it was a crazy fight. It wasn't boring just because it went to decision. There was a lot of fun excitement throughout it, and it went back and forth. But did I get up and get more excitement out of the one that we just watched? I think so. I think that my emotions were more all over the place given what just happened at the end of that fight. So I think that that's where a lot of people probably come up with their idea of why they feel that way. Exactly. I was just going to say, I felt more attached to it as it was going back and forth and shit like that. But I'm happy that this is going the way that it is. I'm not even ready for these last two fights, to be honest with you. I remember when they first announced that these fights were going to happen, and I didn't expect, like, now that we're here, it's just like, shit, I can't believe it. This is going to be interesting. If KSI could pull this off, this is going to be the wildest shit ever. We would never hear the end of it. We would never hear the end of it, ever. Every video, he'd be mentioning it. It'd be like Sidemen, $100 versus $10,000 hotel. The video's gonna open up with, I beat Tommy Fury, bitch. And then it goes into the video. It's wild. What up, Yuval? No, it hasn't started yet. That's the next fight, though. Every single like KSI is one of those people where I guarantee you he's got a list of all the people. Like obviously not random people he doesn't know, but every person that he knows of or that he's, you know, as far as bigger YouTubers and stuff like that, anybody that's doubted him, I guarantee you he's got a list of people and he's going to make sure they all know that they were wrong. He is going to make sure they all know that they were wrong. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. For that reason alone, I want to see him win, just because it'd be the entertainment that's going to come after it is going to be so worth it. But then aside from that, I'm just like, the channel that I probably watch the most content from is the Sidemen. So I love KSI, Harry, the whole, you know, the whole group, but Harry's probably my favorite. I'm not going to lie to you, because that man is just an absolute anomaly of a human. But I love KSI. I love all those dudes. So for that reason alone, I want him to win, but the entertainment that would come after it is a whole other reason that I would just want to see this. So even if I wasn't a fan of him, just knowing that it's going to be like him just going off on the internet over it is going to be entertainment. He's got a video ready. I bet you he does. Video ready, maybe even a song. It's going to be all sorts of shit. They're trying not to laugh. Offensive edition. Yeah. Where they sit in the chairs and they say some wild shit, and then like two of them at a time. If that's what you're talking about, yeah. I actually just watched, before the whole stream started, I just watched their video that I think that they dropped today, where it was like offensive revert, like they had to look at a topic, say the 3 words, and then their teammate had to try to guess what the concept was or whatever. Yeah, I usually watch, the more Sidemen videos I probably watch more than anything. It's always a good time. I love the Among Us videos. All that shit is mad entertaining. Like, I get excited. I see it drop. I click on it. I bookmark that shit. And then as soon as I'm like making thumbnails for all my music reactions, or I'm trying to cut up the anime things for the Patreon because I don't have to go through and listen to them very much unless I have to edit something out. I'm really just cutting it up and then exporting it, cutting it up, exporting it. I'll just put that shit on my other monitor and just watch that shit. Yeah, I might do more KSI, or not, well, the Sidemen. I might do more of the reactions every once in a while, since I'm just doing random shit on my main channel now. Watch last minute Dillon Danis is just nowhere to be found. They're like, wait, he was in his room a minute ago, and now he's gone. I don't think Logan has the mental edge over Dillon, unless he just means like he's more of a fighter in the boxing sense. But I think Dillon is in Logan's head, but I just don't think Dillon has enough skill to make it matter. Ariel really thinks Dillon is going to take this. This is going to be interesting. Ariel's got me over here thinking about this. It's interesting. Imagine, so listen, the same reason, well, there's multiple reasons I want KSI to win. Like I said, I'm a fan of KSI, the Sidemen, so I want him to win for that reason. I also want him to win because of the fact that I want to hear him talk all that shit. That is the same reason why I actually kind of want Dillon to win, because the amount of shit that Dillon will talk. Like, if Dillon wins and Ariel comes in that ring and gives him the microphone, do you know one of the first things he's going to say? He's going to say some shit about Nina. And I know it's like low-key kind of fucked up, but imagine that. This man was harassing your fiance nonstop every day, just blowing up her spot with all these dudes she's chilled with and everything like that. You go out there to box him, he beats you, and then talks more shit. Yo. That shit would be crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you. It depends. So I feel like it can go either way, right? Like, has there been situations where people are pissed off or they really, really want to get somebody for some reason and they are able to channel it into training and pushing them and driving them to do, you know what I'm saying, more work and get more prepared for it? That's, I mean, I feel like it can go either way, right? But at the same time, that same anger, if you're not able to fully control it and you know what I'm saying, then it could also make you do something foolish in the fight where you're like, yo, I want this knockout so bad that I'm going to overextend myself because I'm going to keep trying to go for it and maybe I can get myself caught, or you get an adrenaline dump. Like, let's just say that he hurts Dillon early on and he goes super hard because he wants that knockout so bad. He's like, I've been fucking waiting for this. And you get that adrenaline dump because you think you're going to get that knockout and you go super hard for it and then you don't get it. And then all of a sudden now your energy is spent. So I think I mean, without us knowing Logan, and being in his head, it's hard to say which way that it's going to go until we just watch it and find out. But I could see it being either way. Like, I do think that Dillon pissing him off made him want to train harder, probably made him get in the gym more, probably made it easier to get up for the twice a days, all that kind of stuff. But if he's going to carry that into the ring on fight night, I think that then can play against him. I think it just depends on how it works. You know what I'm saying? Him hitting him with the microphone, I'm sure it didn't help the situation out because it looked like he got rocked. Like, he looked like he was out of it when he got hit with it and he stumbled a little bit. And, you know, whether or not that affects him now going into the fight and he gets hit and it, you know, fucks with his head a little bit. You know, maybe he got a minor concussion, because there's not really, the thing with concussions is there's not really a way for a doctor to be like, oh, here's this test, let me take your blood. Oh, you have a concussion. A concussion is really just determined based on if you have certain symptoms. And they're like, okay, it looks like you might have a concussion. There's not really a set way for them to say, oh, you definitely have one. So maybe that shit did some damage, and then getting hit and getting his shit knocked around a little bit is going to be easier to discombobulate him, so to speak. Or there's a lot that goes into it. I don't know how this is going to go. I'm very interested, though. Let's just put it that way. I'm very interested. Yeah, even if he loses, he's going to say, I was thinking of Nina last night. That's a possibility. That is a possibility. I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, Logan's got to get the finish. He's got to get the finish. After all that shit that was talked, all the stuff that he did where he said, I'm going to get him and everything that he, yeah, at this point, he's got to get that finish. But that, again, might play in Dillon's favor if, you know, it just depends on how much Dillon could actually box. Because if Dillon has no ability to strike, I don't know that any of it's going to even matter. Like, right, if Logan puts himself in a position where he's out of energy, or he puts himself in a position where he's overextending because he's too emotional about it. If Dillon doesn't know well enough to take advantage of that, or doesn't have the ability or skills to take advantage of it, then it may not even matter. So it's tough. It's tough to say. Oh, I'm ready for this. I'm so ready for this. Well, that's what, you know, like I was saying earlier, I think it was like, it looked like Dillon might have got there during or after that fight or something like that. I forget when they showed him, but maybe he had already been there. I don't know. But if he saw that mentality of how Taylor was approaching the Kenny fight, he might try to do the same thing to Logan. Although I think Anthony Taylor has better striking to be able to get himself in there, land a couple shots, and then hug better than Dillon. But Dillon might try to do the same thing. Just a lot of grappling. Just a lot of like, let's try to tire him out. Let me try to like put my weight on him and shit like that, and then maybe we'll try to throw some punches after the fact. I'm very interested. I'm curious to see how Dillon approaches this, because I just don't think that he's like a good straight up boxer. Like, I'm gonna stand here and I'm gonna box you. I just don't think that he has that ability in him. So it's very, very interesting. Well, apparently Dillon doesn't have a fucking coach, so he might have been watching the fights for some tips before he gets in there. Like, yo, this is how I'm gonna approach it. Look how they're doing it. Okay, let me try that. Oh, Tyson Fury watching the wrap up. That's right, because someone from the other team usually watches the wrap to make sure everything is done properly. Big bro. That is a dope shot, though. KSI getting his hands wrapped and Tyson Fury just standing there. That's actually kind of cool. They put it in slow-mo because, yeah. Yeah, he pulled out the phone. He's just like, yeah, I got other shit to do. That is a fact. That's funny. That's probably exactly why they did it in slow-mo. Because in reality, he only has to be there for a minute. He just has to make sure that they're not slipping anything in the wraps. And he knows enough to what he's looking at to just see it real quick and be like, all right, it's cool. Play on my phone a little bit. I keep forgetting that, I mean, you guys that are watching it know what's going on, but anybody that's not watching it, I'm over here just talking about shit as if everybody can see it with me. Woo. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Oh, I'm ready for this. Those last two fights got me hyped up, and now, oof. There's just no way that this is going to be boring to me. None of these fights. There's just too much on the line. This girl that's behind Michael Buffer, she got like a spider web on her stomach. A tattoo. Famous last words I know. Watch, right? Watch them suck. To Target. Woo. It's a good song. Many men wish death upon me. It's actually, I feel like this is a better song for Dillon Danis, to be honest with you. Then again, it works for Logan too with the crypto scams and shit. Many men may actually wish death upon him. Dillon's in the back right now, like many men. He's like, yes, his girl's familiar with that. Yo, that's wild. Oh, okay. Someone did come out with this earlier, I'm pretty sure. I can't remember who now. Might have been King Kenny. Might have been Kenny. Many men did your girl recommend that? That shit would be wild if that was the case. Yo, that'd be wild to say some shit like that. I'm actually just surprised that Danis is showing up. If he came out to Nina moaning, bruh, that'd be the wildest shit ever. I feel like he should have came out to "You Can Hate Me Now, But I Won't Stop Now." I feel like that would have been the perfect song for him to come out to. If he came out to the thing, yo, I just want a fat sausage to... That shit would have been wild. I feel awkward even saying what she said in that video. But I feel like P. Diddy Hate Me Now would have been... Or Nas, P. Diddy, like that whole shit would have been perfect. That would have been the perfect song to come out to. It's an interesting song that he came out to, though. Not what I would have expected at all. Got all the hoes dancing. Woo-hoo-hoo. Here we go. Oh, bro, I hate when they do this national anthem shit. Bro, I'm sorry. I don't. If anybody takes that the wrong way, this is the dumbest shit ever. We're about to fucking throw hands. Just let us throw hands. A bunch of people have already fought. We've already fought. Let's just get to the fight. What do we gotta sing for? Now we gotta sing each anthem? Stop fucking playing with me. What a waste of fucking time. Well, you got plenty of time now, Diego, because the fuck is this? Goofy shit. Last thing I give a fuck is you singing an anthem right now, bitch. What up, Kaden? Nah, this shit, I hate when they do this. Like, you get all excited for a fucking fight or something going on, and you're like, yo, they're out. Okay, whoo, it's about to start. And they're like, now everybody hold up. We're going to sing the national anthem. It's like, motherfucker, the fuck out of here. This shit ain't going to change a damn thing. Every person is just waiting for the damn fight to start. Everybody. No one gives a shit if you did this or not. Yeah, right? They're singing the American national anthem in the UK, right? It's like, come on. Now they're going to sing the UK one for fucking KSI's fight now, too? Do they have one? I assume. Every place has one, I would guess. I don't know. I don't know because I don't give a shit. Right, DK? Because they're American fighters. It's like, well, no one there gives a fuck. That's exactly what they're thinking. Why this bitch singing this yank shit? Oh, let's just get to the fucking fight. Of course it didn't go over well. People are there for the fight, not for someone to sing. They'll go to a fucking to a concert if they want a performance. What up, Brando? Like opening a rap concert with a country song, right? Ain't nobody here for that bullshit. Let's get to the Get to the shit. The bread and butter, as DK would say. Yeah, they're trying to, yeah. It's like, listen, this is influencer boxing. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody need to sing all that shit. There's still a couple minutes for Dillon to back out of this. We'll see what happens. I got Logan. You can see the thing I have up right in front of me, right? I circled the people that I think are gonna win. I have Logan, but I actually want Dillon to win just because of the shit that he would talk. And I think on paper Tommy will win, but I want KSI because I like KSI and because of the shit that I think he'll talk. Or I know he'll talk. Oh. I just don't think Dillon Danis has hands at all. Yeah, Poppy vs. Slim was a good fight. Dean vs. Walid was a really good fight. I enjoyed both of those. That was a good time. Yeah, I didn't expect it to turn around. At least not like not that quickly either. Because Slim almost seemed like he was just kind of like. It seemed like he was kind of like losing his confidence and his focus, and he kind of was almost giving into it. That is weird that Logan just said, "I forgive you," to Dillon Danis. It could be that he actually feels that way and he's trying to be calm, but that could also just be like he knows he's mad emotional about this. He's like, hey, touch gloves. Oh, all right, never mind. All right, I might be a little bit behind some people watching it, so I'm just going to focus on the fight for now. Because I feel like anything could happen right in this fight. I don't know. It's been a while since Logan fought. I'm happy he's gotten back into the ring. Let's see what happens. Danis is talking to him. That's all you got? You better be ready to do some shit then. Yeah, he wants Logan to just keep punching and get tired. Oh boy. I can see Dillon trying to pull a little slick move. Throw a little elbow in there, some shit like that. You gotta be careful. So far, Dillon is just kind of just holding up his guard. I assume most people are watching it, but just in case you're not, and just kind of walking Logan down and trying to get him tired. It seems like he's throwing a couple shots here and there, but nothing too significant. Not getting too aggressive or anything. Right, he's got his hands down and his mouth open, even though I don't think he's tired necessarily, which is dangerous because you get caught wrong, mouth open, hands down. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna go well. I wonder if his mouth is open because he is tired. I don't know, but he definitely has his mouth open like the entire time. Okay, it's an interesting first round. Dillon threw a couple of shots, but doesn't seem like he was too... it wasn't like he was trying to really throw an offense. He was more so just trying to get an offense out of Logan and to see maybe what Logan had to offer, what he was going to try to do, get him to tire himself out a little bit. Logan is already breathing out of his mouth. That is wild. I think it's because he's emotional. I really think that he's emotional, and he's kind of having a little bit of an adrenaline dump being in there with him. Like, I think once the fight started, the whole, like, I've got to avenge my fucking fiance, I've got to beat him, I've got to, like, you know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden, like, you get in there and everything is so, like, built up, and you start throwing punches and shit like that, and eventually you have that dump. It just kind of just... That's why I think his arms are down, because he's trying to, like, keep himself relaxed. Did he say Jake Paul's corner? I feel like the commentator said Jake Paul's corner is telling him it's okay. It's an interesting approach from Danis. I mean, I get it, but if Logan doesn't tire out more than he already seems a little bit and he can continue to just throw like this, I mean, I guess at the same time, you don't get hurt. You just kind of cruise to a decision loss. But at some point, Danis does have to pick it up and start to throw some shots. Logan's trying to throw some hard shots right now. He's starting to let that adrenaline out. Yeah, I don't. Ariel says, I don't think he forgives Dillon Danis anymore. Neither do I. He's just going off on him now. body, head, but Dillon is blocking a lot of them, but some of them are definitely getting through. Okay. Surviving is a big W for Dillon, right? I mean, it is. I think in Dillon's mind, he's thinking, if I don't get knocked out, I don't look really that bad. I mean, people might be like, oh, you didn't throw an offense, and he could say like, oh, I tried to tire him out first, and it just didn't work out my way, you know. But in a real fight, I'd still beat his ass and submit him. You know what I mean? But he didn't get knocked out, and he goes home with a whole bunch of money. So I agree that I think it technically would be a W for Dillon. If he gets knocked out, it looks bad. It's hard to talk shit from when you know, your last fight on paper, you got knocked out by a person that you called a YouTuber who's not good at boxing. So a lot of these punches didn't land. Okay, one landed good on the jaw. Another one came a little bit around, but a lot of those shots didn't land. A lot of them didn't land. What up, Sin? I mean, I picked Logan, but the only reason I want Dillon to win is because I just want to hear the shit that he talks. I just feel like the shit he would talk if he ended up beating Logan would be absolutely unbelievable. But that aside, I don't like Dillon. I'm not a big fan of either of them, but I've disliked Dillon a lot longer because I hated him when he talked shit in MMA and felt like he was really good. Nah, I don't necessarily think that I don't think Logan or KSI losing would affect Prime necessarily. I mean, maybe. I guess you never know. You never know. But maybe if he got like knocked out or some shit, but I don't think so. That's the punch that he was asking Tommy Fury if it's okay if I could throw a punch like this. And Tommy Fury was like, yeah, it's a jab. He's like, my brother slaps it out there. And he said, no, I'd do it like this, though. Is it a hammer fist? So he didn't even know because he has no coach, I guess. He's just kind of just came into this fight just with like no real training. Oh, he's got a little cut under his eye, Dillon. Or a bruise or something under the left eye right here. Why? What are you doing? Dillon Danis just got on the ground like he was inviting him to get into his guard like it was an MMA fight or some shit for jiu-jitsu. You can't do that. This lets you know that Dillon doesn't actually have a game plan. This whole I'm trying to tire him out, he realizes it's not working. And I don't think he knows what to do now. That right there just gave it away. In my opinion, that was a really bad move because I feel like that just gave more confidence to Logan that this dude doesn't know what he's doing in here. And there's not as much to worry about as there might have been. And I think he keeps putting his elbow up like this because I think he's hoping that he catches one of Logan's punches on it and he hurts his hand. Because then he wouldn't throw one hand as much and it'd give him more of an opportunity. At this point, I'm less excited now. I didn't think that Danis necessarily had like some kind of insane game plan ready to go for Logan. But at first, I'm like, okay, maybe he's trying to tire him out. Maybe he'll throw a few things, and who knows? But once he did that lay on the ground shit, now I'm just like, okay, this man is he's definitely just trying to coast and get to the end. And he has absolutely no idea what the fuck he's doing in there. That's what that just told me. I mean, I didn't have high hopes necessarily, but I like to keep that thought open of like just maybe he's gonna do maybe. maybe he'll do something. But now I'm like, nah, this man don't know what the fuck's going on, bro. He's lost in the sauce. It's also pretty embarrassing that the only damage that your opponent has is you throwing a microphone at him the day before and literally nothing from the fight itself. Landed a couple rights right there, but Logan just kind of shook it off. See, Logan's, I feel like he's pretty calm at this point. Nina disappointed in Logan's cardio. Yeah, I don't see Dillon knocking Logan out, but if he did, oh my, I would lose my shit. I would lose my shit. I just don't think he has that power either. I would agree with Ariel. Like, Logan's got his hands down. Danis got to throw some shit. You got to throw some things. Like, you're in range and his hands are still down. And there's not enough rounds. If it was like a 12-round fight, I feel like the whole walk him down until he gets tired thing is more legit and there's a possibility of it. Because you could do that for the first 6 rounds even. And then have to be like, okay, I got to turn it up and start winning some of these rounds. But when there's only 6 total rounds, you can't bank on him having that bad a cardio when he does WWE, which is extremely intense. And at that point, you're just hoping that his emotion is going to wear him out. He wants to choke him. That's what he's looking for. He wants to get that guillotine on him. It makes me feel like by the last round, if he can get into a clinch with Logan and get his head down underneath, I feel like he just locks in the fucking guillotine and just falls back with him and just tries to put him to sleep. I really feel like he would do that. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm curious if there's anything in the contract that if he gets disqualified, he loses his pay. Because if not, then I could totally see him trying to pull some shit like that. Because if it doesn't mean that you lose any money, then at least you go out being like, well, they stopped me. I put that man to sleep. Against the rules, but I put that man to sleep. I feel like this is definitely proof, though, that Jake is 100% the better boxer. I think Jake would have probably got Dillon Danis out of here, to be honest with you. Oh, Jake's here. Jake walked out with him. I don't know where he is around the ring, but he walked out with him to the ring, I'm pretty sure. Yo, Ariel's like, listen, guys, Dillon Danis lives on the internet. I think he just doesn't want to get knocked out. I don't disagree. Dillon may have landed what, 3 punches this whole fight so far? 4 punches maybe? We're 5 rounds in. And he may have only thrown like 10 at most. I at least expected a better like attempt than this. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I didn't think he'd be able to do much, but I expected a better attempt. All right, now he's throwing a couple punches. Nothing crazy. Nothing's gonna do any damage, but yeah, this is okay. Yeah, there's Jake. Jake just popped up. He's in his corner. Yeah, I don't know what Dillon planned on doing. If he wanted to get him more emotional, what he should have did was, while they're in the ring, he should have kept pointing at his girl and saying some shit like, "Hey, yo, she wants some. You better keep an eye on her while we fight. She might be looking for some sausage." Like, saying some wild shit. That's what he needed to do. Try to get this man in his head. But at this point, it's over. So I'm good on this fight. It is what it is, and I'm looking forward to see what happens with KSI and Tommy Fury. Because at least we know that KSI is not just going to walk to Tommy Fury like this. He's going to actually go out there to try to fight. So this should be interesting. Did his corner say, let's go street fight now? Maybe. I wasn't paying attention. Like I said, if he can't lose his payday by trying to do something that gets him disqualified, I could see it happening if he gets in a position to do something like choke him or whatever. I could totally see him try to go for it. I just don't know what the contract says. Yeah, he's definitely just trying to avoid getting knocked out at this point. Because that's the way the internet works, right? All that shit he talked, he gets knocked out. Wherever he lays on the canvas, the way that he will get fucking cut out and used in so many different memes. And then anytime he ever gets in an argument with anybody, someone's going to just use that meme against him. He's trying to take him down. He literally just went for a shot and tried to take him down. Yo, listen, they got security to get in there quick because they know if he gets him down, he's going to try to get a limb, a neck, something like that. So they come right in to try to stop him. That's mad funny. Logan says All State Wrestling. He said he can't take me down. That's wild that he just went for a takedown like that. They got security ready to get in there to break it up if he does. Now, that was a good takedown, D, for sure. He does have a wrestling background. Yeah, Logan ain't getting tired at all. His whole game plan of hoping that he gets tired is a horrible, horrible way of going into this. Should have been more prepared. Oh, he's got a neck. He tried to grab his neck and choke him out. Now Dillon's throwing at the securities. Oh, all the security's in there. I feel like this didn't need to happen, though. Jake Paul tried to hop in. Like, I get that he tried to get his neck, but he didn't. And then Logan, like, got away from him, and then he went after him to try to punch him. But at that point, like, that's still stand-up fight, right? Like, I just didn't expect this much to come from that situation right there. But then he threw a punch at the security guard. MMA rematch. That's wild. He did throw a better punch at the security guard than he did Logan. Why has this guy got his thumb? Anybody that's watching this, why is this security guard got his thumb in Logan Paul's pants? Like, he's got his hand on his waist right here, and his thumb is like in the front of his pants. Like, it gives him a better grip or some shit. That's kind of weird, but I'm not gonna lie, it would have been pretty interesting if he would have gripped that fucking guillotine when he went down with him and actually held him in it. That would have been pretty wild. Well, it's the end of that fight. Yeah, at that point, I don't blame Logan for punching him on the ground like that. Like, fuck that. This man's trying to put you in a guillotine and shit like that. He wants to turn it into an MMA match. Then you could get struck when you're on the ground too, bitch. Like, we could play that game as well. So I ain't mad at him for throwing that punch. I feel like you ask for it at that point. Oh boy. Even had his hands gripped behind his back trying to get that takedown, but Logan's takedown defense was on point. That was interesting. Yeah, no, it's hard without the hands, but if he got his arm all the way around his neck and he can, like, kind of come around it like this, he could at least get it somewhat locked in. I feel like somebody at his level could still choke you out without actually having the hands to grip. But it's definitely going to be harder to do when he's sweaty. And like, again, the gloves, so you got to lock it in. Like, you got to be in tight with that to be able to get it there. No, it's no different. Like, so John Jones got a standing guillotine on Lyoto Machida. His arm was so far past him, his other arm was up here. I mean, he grabbed it with his hand, but he could have just went like this and choked him unconscious. So it just depends on the placement. I feel like if you're high enough level, someone could choke him out with the gloves. I just don't think that it's... Well, actually... Oh, never mind. He had the arm-in guillotine, though. He had the arm-in guillotine. That he's not going to finish with the gloves. But if he had just had just his neck and his arm with his arm up far enough, he could just use his... I feel like he could probably use his wrist to close it. I don't know if he would have necessarily been able to choke him out, though, before the security came in there. I'm curious what the security would have did if he locked it in and actually had Logan and fell back and was, like, holding him. Would they, like, hit him? Like, they'd have to do something to get... Or just try to just unlatch his arms? Or... I don't know. That was all weird. That was all weird. I won something. Yo. Aw, my man's trying to eat the sausage. I'm sorry, I can't see her as anything but the sausage girl now. He brought this on the ring. Yo. She's off. She's off with some other dude now. She's like, I thought I made my appearance. I'm out now. Jeff's over here in the crowd. Oh boy. He's still mad about it though. He's still mad about all that shit. You know what's funny is that he's talking about the devil and stuff like that after he shit on George, his friend who's religious, and then got him out of his life. I just find that a little odd, but why is Conor next? Conor fought at 155. Logan's like a 200-pound man. What are we talking about? Yo. Oh boy, he's doing a WWE plug. Oh boy. He's like, I'm a WWE super. I mean, hey, listen. Shout out to him. Why are we trying to fight people that are 40 pounds lighter than you? 40 pounds lighter than you. I just can't stand that they do that. Call out someone your weight class. I'm here for it. Just call out your weight. That was Logan's first win, yeah. The mic. Logan versus the mic was the real fight. All right, let's get to this main event fight. I want to see an actual fight because that shit was just weird. It's not Logan's fault. He tried to make it a fight. Dillon just didn't want to engage. Just the post-fight interview. I mean, kinda a little WWE plug and shit like that. The only thing I don't like. Listen, I'm here. I'm here for the influencer boxing. I like to see Logan box. I like to see Jake box. I like to see all these guys box. I just don't understand why they have this mentality of trying to call out not only an MMA fighter, which is fine. I get it because like they're not super pro boxers. MMA fighters aren't pro boxers. So I get that it can make sense. But they're calling out MMA fighters that are 30, 40 plus pounds lighter than them. That's where I have a problem. And I'm just like, why does nobody else call this out? Why is this a thing that it's just like, people, yeah, call out Conor McGregor. It's like Conor McGregor fights at 155. He's fought at 170 once. And he wasn't like, he's just barely made 170. So it's like, why would you call him out when you just weighed in at 193 and you had trouble making that weight? So you literally weigh, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you weigh way more than these guys. Even if you want to say Conor's a 170-pound fighter, you weigh 20-plus pounds more than him. But in reality, Conor should fight at 155, so you really weigh like 40 pounds more than him. Like, that's insanity to me that's like what we're doing. Like, why are we calling out people that are so much smaller than us? You should be calling out, like, I want Israel Adesanya. I want Pereira. I want one of these guys that's in my weight class. That's who you should be calling out. I do feel like Logan wanted that knockout because the way at the end that he yelled and talked about the devil and all this stuff and then said, you get that demon out of your life. And the way that he said it and looked on his face, you could tell that I feel like he's still hurting from the shit that was said and all the stuff that he's gone through. And the reason why is because here's the thing. If Dillon made, like, he's talking about him bringing darkness into his life and all this bad shit that occurred and like how it was a tough couple of months and everything. Why? Like, you have to ask the question of why is that, right? Is it just because Dillon was talking shit? No. It's because Dillon was putting all this stuff out there about your fiance. Now, maybe part of that is because your fiance is upset about it, and so you've got to be around her and see that she's upset and she's sad about it, and it's really bothering her mentally, and so that bothers you. That's probably a part of it. And then, inevitably, being a man, let's just be honest, the other part of it is that you're questioning things a little bit. Like, maybe not your relationship, but you're just like, oh shit, like, maybe you didn't realize that she had been in all these precarious situations with these different men, or you didn't know that there was this video that existed where she's asking for a fat sausage to destroy her body, or, you know what I'm saying? And like, inevitably this is going to play in your mind a little bit, and it's going to fuck with you a little bit. And maybe it's something you can get past, but it's going to kind of, it's obviously sitting with you if you look at it as like something that bothered you that much to the point where the way he talked about it, right? Because it's not like he just said, you know, my girl was really hurting going through this, and so I had to try to step out here and do something for her. He was talking about how it was affected his life, how there was darkness in his life, how he had a tough couple of months. And so it's not just about the way it affected his girl, it's the way that it affected him. And I'm saying all of that to say this. I just feel like beating Dillon Danis doesn't change the demons that he maybe put in your head, right? And I assume he looks at that as like, you know, these questioning thoughts that he puts in my head where I'm wondering and I'm thinking and I'm seeing all this shit that I don't want to see. Because at the end of the day, like, yeah, people live lives. Like, People date people before you date them. I mean, unless you're like in fucking high school and you're dating somebody for the first time, you're inevitably going to date somebody who's been with other people. That's just a part of life. But to keep seeing it pop up on your feed and all this stuff in your face and all these, you know what I'm saying? Like that kind of stuff is like, it gets to you. And it's gonna still be there. It's not just gonna go away. And unfortunately, now that he put that out there and so many people were retweeting it and all this other stuff, that's gonna be something that's gonna follow him throughout his career. I think now people are going to continue to post that stuff every once in a while under one of his tweets, under one of his Instagram posts. They're gonna say something about it. They're gonna keep track because that's just what people on the internet do. People on the internet have, like, you know, not everybody, but obviously there's a select group of people that just have no life. And so they're going to be like, yo, this is fun. We're getting to him. So we're going to keep doing it. And like, so that's where it kind of gets tough. And I'll be honest with you. He could say this goes out to my beautiful fiance, all this other stuff. And listen, no offense to her. She might be an amazing fucking woman. I don't know her. And I'm not going to judge her because I don't personally know her. I don't know that I'd be happy about all the shit that I seen posted up. But, you know, regardless, she might be a great person. Doesn't mean that she's not. I still question now, like, let's just say they're planning on getting married a year from now. Are they still going to be together a year from now? Because he might have thought, okay, once I get in there and I beat Dillon Danis and all this is over and he stops posting all this shit and I get my revenge, that I get to move on from this. But if it stays in his head and he still sees it every so often from people, does it continue to build up to the point where he's like, well, there's no end game to it now. I don't get to get in a ring again with somebody to try to beat it and like get over this. Like, I did that and it didn't change how I feel. It didn't change the shit. You know what I'm saying? If I'm making any sense, I'm just curious if like 6 months from now, 7 months from now, we find out that they decided not to get married. And he just, oh, well, you know what? We're just not right for each other. But in reality, it's these things that are just haunting him that he had to see and that's now cycling in his head. And I'm just curious. I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't wish that on anybody. I don't want to see someone's marriage or engagement or anything like that broken up. So hopefully everything goes well and they get married happily ever after. But it just makes me wonder to see how this plays out now down the line, because I don't think that part of his life is over yet, just because Dillon is out of the picture and there's no more fight buildup. And I would almost bet that Dillon is going to post some shit for the next couple of days probably and still try to get under his skin, and then eventually it'll fade out. But is it ever going to disappear in his mind is the question now. We'll see. I said a whole lot of shit to say a whole little about amount of shit, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. All right, we got to update. We got to update this. So we got how many right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right out of how many fights? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6 out of 10. It's not bad. It's not bad. I'll happily be wrong about this one that's coming up right now, to be honest with you. I will happily be wrong about the one that's coming up right now. I would love to see KSI win this. I hope KSI wins this. Dillon just tried to choke him out at the end of the fight. So they ended it. Gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. Ooh, I like, yo, Oasis. Let's fucking go. Wonderwall is such a classic song. All right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Little Oasis in the life. I want KSI to win this. Let's go. Little thriller. We got some dancers too. Yo, they doing the Yo, shout out to Tommy for this. I like that. I like that. They even got the makeup and everything. Thriller. Woo. Jake and KSI will happen eventually. It'd be not only a waste of an opportunity, but a waste of a hell of a lot of money that they can make. Not that they need it, because they're both rich for the rest of their life, I'm pretty sure, but I feel like that's a step that has to be taken. They need to fight. This whole thing was building up for so many years. Like I'd be pretty disappointed if it didn't happen. Fury coming out to Thriller though with some dancers is kind of fire. I assume KSI comes out to his own music, but we'll see. They got to get John out of the ring before KSI comes out though. This man's gonna be bugging. John Fury is a whole different animal. I'm surprised he don't get in the ring in the middle of fights and try doing some shit. But it's like the one thing he respects is the boxing ring, right? So if they're in there and they're boxing, as much as he feels like getting crazy, he chills out until it's over and then he goes in. It's like it's the one thing that he'll hold back for. They're gonna sing a national anthem again, aren't they? Is he in a fucking car? He's playing his old song Lamborghini. What is happening? Okay, this is interesting. KSI is a madman. You got gigs out here. I thought he was gonna come out to just the Ferrari, or not the Lamborghini song. I was like, yo. I really hope he wins. I really do. I really do. Yeah, his mouthpiece costs like $40,000 or some shit. That's when you know you got money. You know how much I would love to have $40,000 and this man's just got it in a mouthpiece in his mouth? I mean, at the end of the day, he's worked his ass off to achieve and have all the things he has. So I can care less, but I just think that it's funny when you put the perspective on it, like, man, I'd love to have 40K, and he's just like, yo, I just got this shit made. It's 40,000. Throw it in my mouth for one fight. I mean, it is at that point, I guess it's like if he wins, especially, it's a piece of memorabilia that he gets to keep at his house, or, you know, I was gonna say sell, but there's no reason for him to sell it. He doesn't need the money. Right? Some people's whole income in his mouth. Exactly. It's wild when you really put it out like that. Like when you think about the whole, you know, the bigger picture of it. It's crazy. From making videos in his room with his brother for fun to fucking making enough money to do shit like this. That's crazy. Hey, man, shout out to him. The hard work pays off. This dude works his ass off. Like, the amount of shit that he does to be doing all this, still keep going with the Sidemen stuff as much as he possibly can. Obviously, he misses out on some videos, to still try to do some more Sidemen, to still try to do some music. Just like, this man does a lot of shit and maintain a relationship. And yeah, here we go with the fucking national anthem shit. Listen, Scarlett, you got cool hair, but this shit's dumb. Let's get out of here. Come on now. The Tron Lambo, right? Yeah. But like, everybody gives props to Salt Poppy, and I still give props to him for his body transformation. But at one point, KSI was looking, you know what I'm saying? My man was a little chubby and overweight as well. And then when he got back into boxing, complete transformation. Now he's fucking ripped. It's just, it's been like that for so long that, you know, you don't really think about that period of time and how he made that transformation himself as well. So it's crazy. That kind of shit takes dedication. He said, yo, DK. Oh, bro. DK's wildin'. Whew, here we go. I feel like that last fight was so disappointing that I really need KSI to show up and win this. I need it. I need to go out. We need to go out with like some really good some good shit here. We need that moment that we're missing. What up, Johnny? What up, NJ? I'm with you, DK. I hate these fucking. I hate the anthem shit. I hate it in all instances, any sport. I'm like, bro, listen, I came here to watch some shit. I don't give a fuck less. We'll sing this shit outside somewhere. People that want to hear it can go outside, listen, and then come back in. I picked Tommy because I feel like on paper he should win. But I want KSI so bad. I want KSI to win so bad. It just would be such a great thing for YouTube in general. I feel like it's a YouTuber thing. As much as being a fan of him, it's a YouTuber thing. You got to go for the YouTube side. It's weird because when Jake fought Tommy, like, he's a YouTuber as well, but it didn't feel like YouTube versus boxing, like a YouTuber trying to beat a boxer, because Jake doesn't really upload anymore. He kind of just went off and he's like, yo, this is what I do now. Whereas KSI has always kept that mentality of never forget your roots. Always represent for where you came from. And that's why I'm like, yo, I fuck with KSI. Like, he's always going to represent for YouTube. And so it's like, it just feels different. So I really want him to win this. Oh, Connor tweet. What did Connor say? Let's see what Connor said. He said, I was impressed by Dillon Danis. That has to be a troll. That has to be a troll. He has, okay, he put some audio clips out. I'm not going to listen to those right now, but. Let's fucking go. This is one of those moments where if he beats, if he beats Tommy, let's say he knocks him out or something, I feel like this is one of those moments where you cry afterwards. Like, I know he tells himself that he's going to win and he feels like he's going to win, but that to actually get the accomplishment, that's got to be one of those moments where you just drop down to your knee. You're like, yo, I fucking did it. Everybody doubted me and I fucking did it. I just really hope that that turns out that way. Whew, the skinnier he got, the bigger his forehead got. You're not lying. But once the fight starts, I tend to be more into the fight. Unless, like, the Dillon fight got a little weird, so I was able to look at chat a little bit more. I nearly cried when he beat Logan. Yeah, that shit was crazy, because I didn't think he was going to beat Logan. I'm like, Logan's a lot bigger than him. And then in the beginning of the fight, Logan was piecing him up with the jab and shit. And then all of a sudden, he just turned it into a brawl and did not give up. Like, that shit was crazy. The guy's like, touch gloves, and touch gloves. Force the touch. Here we fucking go. Either Tommy Fury is going to be something that KSI is really not ready for and he's going to be surprised, or Tommy's going to be surprised. I feel like it's going to go one way or the other. Someone's going to be surprised. Come on, come on, come on. I like the style he uses to an extent, but he's got to be careful with the bouncing because you can start to time the bouncing. Like, if you try to attack the person in the middle of their bounce, it's going to be hard to really move too much out of the way. That's, at least it seems that way. But, I mean, you know. Ooh. Okay, he landed a right. Tommy's still here, though. He ain't really hurt him too much. I think KSI has just got to get, like, I feel like there's some nerves. I feel like there's some nerves there. He's just got to get through the nerves. Maybe feel a little bit of Tommy's power to know, like, okay, I could take this. And then I think he's going to calm into his space. And hopefully we'll see some shit happen. Oof. He's got to be careful because the arm's down like that. When he comes in, he's open for that left hook, which Tommy just caught him a little bit with one. I didn't even see what happened. I wish we can get like a replay right away because I didn't even see it. I looked over at chat. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, yeah. He's already breathing out his mouth, though. It's making me nervous. We got 6 rounds, KSI. Don't be getting yourself tired. I feel like there's just a lot of emotion. The want to perform. Keeps trying to get his head under his arm to put that weight on him, try to tire him out. Stop with the punches to the back of the head. Every time you get into the clinch, he's swinging around like this. I don't know why. Usually it's KSI people are bitching at, like, oh, you hit him in the back of the head. Now he's getting, I mean, you know, maybe karma comes around in weird ways, but it's just odd that Tommy keeps doing that. Like, if his head is buried into your shoulder and you swing around, you can only hit the back of the head. Like, it's I just don't understand why you'd keep doing that. It's one thing if you guys are in an exchange and he moves and your punch comes around and accidentally hits there, but when he's on you and, like, you're knowingly doing it. Like, it's just weird. I need to see something here. It's good on KSI to keep trying to stop him from getting his arm over his head to put that weight on him. But if he's not giving Tommy too many different looks though. So if Tommy starts to time this, it's gonna get to be a problem. He's gonna have to adapt. Yep. I don't know why he keeps doing it though. It doesn't make any sense. Why does he keep doing that? Woo! KSI landed a good right. Yeah, you don't want to tire yourself out. You got to be careful with this whole breathing through the mouth thing because when your mouth is open, you're way more susceptible to getting caught. See, there's a difference between gym cardio though and live fight cardio because when you have all the eyes on you and the people and you're in the big stage fighting that person that everybody thinks isn't going to beat or that you can't beat, I feel like that cardio dump is a little bit different. I think KSI will continue to fight. I don't see him ever being like, "Oh my god, I'm too tired, I give up." but I think that it's going to affect him more than it would in a gym setting. It's an interesting fighting style. He's catching him with some rights here and there, but I just feel like it's not going to work that way forever, right? Like, he's only going to be able to do the bounce back and forth, come in with a left and then an overhand right so many times before Tommy's going to adjust to it. So he's going to have to try to figure out some other ways to land it, unless Tommy just never fucking adapts. It's very interesting. Because he definitely don't fight like a boxer. At all. But it's like he said, he's like, listen, I'm not trying to be a boxer. I'm not trying to win any boxing titles. I'm not, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just here to do this, create a little bit of a legacy, and then other shit I got to do. And Tommy isn't like some high-level boxer that's going to be able to really take advantage of it, to be honest with you. Just do not lead with the uppercut, please. Ooh! We caught him with a good shot. I didn't even realize that. He really wants that right every time he comes in. I guess I mean, it just depends, right? As long as he doesn't like do it, like bounce 3 times and then go in every time, there's no 100% read on it, and he is quick. That right hand comes in quick. So if Tommy's not ready for it, and he catches him in certain moments, he could probably keep landing it. If Tommy could time him coming in, though, that's where it gets a little bit dangerous. Woo! Okay, Tommy landed a little something, something. Oh, back of the head again, though. The back of the head. They're going to end up disqualifying this man from doing it so much. That'd be a shitty way to end this. I'm gonna not what do you say? I'm gonna knock him spark out. Oh, oh. Okay. I think Tommy just landed a right. See, here's the thing that's interesting about this fight is there is a lot of the grappling going on, but it's still exciting because of the stakes that are you know, like what's at stake here is just it keeps you on the edge of your seat regardless, because you're just like anytime when they break apart and then they come back in, like somebody might get caught or somebody like, oh, so you never know. Looks like he's about to throw a kick when he does that bounce, right? Imagine he just all of a sudden throws like a fucking spinning back kick. Bow. See, that's where it becomes a problem. If Tommy's starting to get a read on some of this, you got to be careful. The little man in the back that was like throwing little punches and shit. I really would like for KSI, because KSI would have put him down. That shit would be crazy. Ooh! That right hand would have been nice. He turned it beautifully, too. Just breezed right by. I feel like, I feel like it's going to go to decision. I'd say KSI won the first two. I would agree with them that Tommy won the third. I feel like I'm so like into every moment, but I'm not really paying attention to like the exchange of punches always. I'm just like, who's going to get caught? Okay, he thinks he's going to... Right, I think the safest way to look at it is 2-2. I think the safest way to look at it is it's 2-2. I would agree. I'm just going to run with that for now. We'll see. We'll see. I'll try to pay more attention, because I just been... Like, is he going to get caught? Is he going to catch him? Okay, Ariel's got a 2-2. Oh, that's right. There's a 10-8 in the second, though. That's right. 2-2, but the 10-8 makes it one up for KSI, technically, point-wise. I didn't even think about that. So if he wins one of these, even if he loses the next round, as long as it's not a 10-8 against him, he should actually win the fight. So if they split 3-3, KSI wins. But if Tommy wins these next two, that could be the draw. But then again, it depends. Do the judges see it that way? Do they see KSI as winning the first two? And because we don't really know, it could be fucking anything. You never want to trust judges. You're not seeing as much work when they clinch up because I think they're both getting tired. They're both like, you know what, let's conserve some of this energy. Yeah, I think that these fights like this right here, and it proves that, like, I don't know, Tommy's never going to be like a super high level boxer, which is why he's making the bag here with influencer boxing. He could talk all that shit, but placement wise, he's right there to fight with Vidal, and he'll never take that fight. I will agree that the clinching is getting a little, it's like KSI is dancing a little bit, coming in with the right hand, going over the top and missing a little, then they kind of clinch up and they break apart. They do the same, then they clinch up and they break apart and they do the same, then they clinch up. It is getting a little like, come on now. And I'm not blaming either of them. It's kind of like they're both just kind of like making this be what it is. That was a nice uppercut. Too bad that didn't land. It's tough to judge some of these rounds because it's like there's not a whole lot happening. Like in reality, it's almost like who's landing most of the shots in the clinch, because that's really where the only punches are being landed right now. Yeah, regardless of what they might, I feel like they got to tell KSI, you need to go out and win this round, no matter what. No matter what, you need to go out and win this round. I have a bad feeling that it's going to be a draw too. I don't know why. I have this feeling that we're going to get a draw. And then it's like, fucking, what the fuck? All that for a draw. All this build up for a draw. Yeah, right? Instead of trying to go for the head with the right hands, because Tommy's ducking them now. If he starts to aim almost for the chest, when Tommy ducks to try to get underneath it, he might actually be able to catch him. And if he doesn't, worst comes to worst, you catch him in the shoulder, chest, like you're landing the shot at least, instead of it going over the top of his head every time. Come on, KSI. Come on. You gotta throw that right lower. Threw a little punch on the break off. Tommy's desperate for some shots now. I agree with Ariel. Ariel said if he was KSI, he goes just all out because he doesn't think Tommy's going to knock him out. I don't think so either. I feel like you almost got to just brawl for a second here. Come in with that right, then split up and just start throwing. Oh, good right hand. Good right hand, but Tommy took it. Tommy took it. Oh, that was. Oh, I didn't realize that was the end. Oh, I thought there was still like another 20 seconds. No. Oh, I really don't know how that's going to go. If KSI wins, it doesn't matter how he wins. If he wins, you'll never hear the end of it. And I'm so fucking here for that. Yeah, it's either going to be 3-3 round-wise, and it's going to go to KSI, or 4-2 to Tommy, and then it's a draw. That's what I think. But then again, it depends on how the judges saw it. I just don't think that they give it to... I don't think Tommy wins it because of that point deduction. It really just depends on how the judges see it, because you can argue that KSI took 3 rounds, but there might be a judge out there who thinks that he didn't take any. Because maybe they're like, that style's not boxing. He's not really, you know what I'm saying? Like, it depends on how they look at it. All right, some of you guys might be ahead of me, so I'm not going to look at chat until they announce this motherfucker. Woo. Here's the thing. Here's what I think is going to happen. I feel like they're going to give it to KSI. KSI is going to talk mad shit that he won, and then Jake Paul's response is just going to be, oh, the judges gave it to you. And then that's going to be the new debate. Did the judges give it to him? Did he actually win it? And then you're going to have people that pick each side. There's always something. There's always something. Because if he just knocked him out, then there's no arguing it. There's no nothing. It's like, that's just it. But if it happens that way, then it's going to be a debate back and forth. And then Jake's going to be like, well, you're still not the A side. You got lucky the judges gave it to you. And you know what I'm saying? But actually, I feel like KSI did better than Jake did, personally. Because Jake actually tried to stand and box with Tommy, and I feel like he's not the boxer that Tommy is. Even though Tommy's not an amazing boxer, it's just it made it difficult. KSI coming in with the super unorthodox style is what made it a better fight for him than it was when Jake fought him. It's what because it was hard for Tommy to get reads on him and figure out what he should do or how he can approach it. It was hard to get a jab going. So it actually was the better approach. Ooh. Tyson Fury's just like, he don't look very confident at all. He's just chilling. Ooh. Oh no. It's gonna be a draw. Ooh, wow, I really didn't see that coming. I didn't see that coming. I thought it was a draw or KSI because of the point deduction. I feel like KSI landed the better punches, to be honest with you. That's wild. I can't believe that they gave it to Tommy. I really thought that it was either a draw or the KSI. Because like they said, the punch totals were equal. Tommy had 39, KSI had 38. Tommy had a point deducted. And honestly, I mean, nobody landed like game-changing punches, but I feel like KSI's right hands that he landed were more powerful than any of the punches Tommy landed on him. So I don't, to me, that just like... Can't use his hand for 6 weeks. Shut the fuck up. I'm not an excuse maker, but here's an excuse. Yep. A lot of at the end of the day. So I don't understand what he means. He's like, I'm done with the bullshit. But then he said, if any of the Pauls want it. What? So that means that those other two judges had to have given it to 5 rounds to Tommy, I think. Right? Because even if it was 4-2 with the deduction, it would have made it even. No, with the deduction is what made it. No, without the deduction, he would have won unanimously. I don't agree with that, but because if he didn't have the point deducted, then instead of that one judge being 57-57, it would have been 58-57, and the other two would have been 59-56. So he would have won on all three judges' cards. So one judge gave it to KSI, 2 rounds to KSI, 4 to Fury. The deduction is what made it 57-57. The other judges must have gave 5 rounds to Fury and 1 to KSI. And then the point deduction made it the way that it was. That's crazy. No, but I'm not sure what you mean, because you said it was going to be a draw without the deduction. The deduction was off of Tommy Fury. So if Tommy Fury won by points, then without the deduction, he would have just won by more points. Does that make sense? If the deduction was on KSI, then that would be different. Because the deduction on Tommy Fury meant that every single scorecard gave him 1 less point than they technically would have given him. So the 57-57 would have been 58-57 in Fury's favor. The other ones that were 57-56 in Fury's favor would have been 58-56. Oh, you're saying that you think it should have been, okay. You think that, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I was confused. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. You saw it as 3-3. And then obviously with the deduction, you'd give it to KS. I see what you mean. I was confused by what you meant by that. I thought you were trying to say that the deduction is what allowed Tommy to win, but I get what you mean now. You're saying that without the deduction, you still saw it as 3-3. So that would have been a draw. And then with the deduction, it should have went to KSI. I get what you mean. I was confused for a minute. Yeah, I actually thought, yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I'm very surprised. I was convinced by the end of that it was either going to be a draw or in KSI's favor because of the, the point deduction. Because I could see it as 3-3. But I could have even been argued to believe that it was 4-2. But then with the deduction, it would have made it a draw, which I didn't really want to see, but I'd rather see that than Tommy win, because I don't think that he won 5 rounds to 1, which is pretty much what those judges saw it as, which is crazy to me. That's crazy to me. It doesn't make any sense to me. So I don't get where that came from, because I thought the first 2 for sure, without a doubt, I thought that the first 2 were won by KSI. I was pretty confident in that. I'll have to watch it back, but I was pretty confident that was how I saw it. And then I was like, there's a chance that he won the 3rd. Maybe I kind of gave the 3rd to Tommy. And then I thought maybe the 6th he won, because there wasn't that much difference in their punches, but I felt like that one right hand he landed was probably the best punch of the round. And otherwise it was relatively equal to punches that they landed. So I felt like that should have went to KSI. So yeah, no, I agree with you on that. I agree. I'm just saying I could have been argued to even think that it was 4-2 Tommy, potentially, but I would agree that I thought it was 3-3. I thought it was 3-3. That's how I would have personally scored it. That's so disappointing. That's so disappointing. Team YouTube, man. I want YouTube to be up. I don't like that. That bothers me. Stresses me out. Nah, I personally don't think, like, if he appeals it, I don't think an appeal will go anywhere. I don't think an appeal will go anywhere. Like, I'd say, like, I mean, I could be wrong, but I know in MMA at least, I don't know about boxing, but I know usually appeals, like 95+% of the time, never actually go through unless there's like some super obvious thing that happened that for some reason wasn't acknowledged. Like if it ended up coming out that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like the whole thing with Fournier, right? He put an appeal out or whatever, and they looked back and they were like, oh shit, he did accidentally hit him with his elbow. So because it's very obvious and it just happened to be missed in the moment, we're going to now make it a no contest or whatever the case is. Or I don't even know if he appealed it or if they just noticed it by the end of the fight. But like something like that would go through. But when it's like, we just disagree with the judge's points, it's tough because it's up to the judges, like, because it's up to the judges, right? Like, it wasn't like anything really crazy happened. It's just their take on it was that it went this way. And it's just a lot of times they won't discredit their own judges to be like, okay, well, let's, you know. Yeah. Well, he landed 30-something punches. He only landed 12 jabs, though. He's like, I fucking hate losing. I feel him. I like it. I like his attitude where it's like he wants it so bad. Yo, what up, chat? Yo. He's pissed. I don't blame him, though. Like, he's not being toxic about it. You know what I'm saying? He's not being toxic about it. So I can get behind it. He's upset because that like, when you're upset like that, it's because you know that you put in so much fucking work for that. And to have it taken from you like that when you feel like you went out there and performed, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. I agree, Kitty. So yeah, Tommy Fury landed 39, KSI landed 38. KSI's percentage was 31% of what he threw because he threw 124. Tommy landed 25% because he threw 150 something. Yeah, I don't know if they're just looking at it like because he had one more punch that he won. I mean, obviously it's tough because you have to break it down by, so that's always a tricky stat because in reality you have to break down those punches by each round. How many was landed by each of them in the first round, the second round, the third round, fourth, fifth, sixth? Because some of them, like maybe one of the rounds he landed 2 punches, but the other one he landed 15. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that the breakdown of that matters as well. But I also feel like who landed the more significant punches is also what matters too. And I don't feel like Tommy landed, other than like one round, I don't think he landed anything that seemed like, oh shit, that was a hard punch. It was more so like little punches, like, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like KSI landed a few overhand rights that were probably the harder punches in the entire fight. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. Here's what I think. Because I agree with what Chris Eubank Jr. is saying. He's like, listen, he's only been boxing for this long. Tommy Fury's been boxing since he was like 6. For him to get in there and have a competitive fight and have a lot of people think that he won, he should hold his head up high because this is still an accomplishment, so to speak, even though, you know, on the paper or the judges, they gave him the loss. But I think that the reason why it bothers KSI the most, like if KSI was the only influencer doing the boxing thing, right? And this was just his way of testing himself, I don't know that he would be as upset. I think he'd still want the win. But I think some of the upset comes from this was his chance to talk shit to everybody that doubted him. This was his chance to one-up what Jake Paul tried to do. Like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like there's a lot of factors that go into it that he wanted this really, really bad. I think if you take some of those factors out of it, it may not have hurt as much. I think he did better than Jake, 100%. I thought Jake, I don't think I gave Jake a single round. Maybe he won one round, Jake, but I don't even know. I can't remember now. But I think he lost pretty much every round in that fight against Tommy, like pretty decisively too. Whereas this was like questionable. You can look at each round and be like, let's, you know. So he definitely did better, but I think to him it doesn't matter. The better doesn't matter without the W that goes along with it. And I don't blame him. I can feel that. That's a tough one. Oh. Like I wanted the finish, but I was like, you know what? He did it though. I think he did it. Split the rounds, the deduction because that man kept hitting him in the back of the head. The crazy thing is he kept hitting him in the back of the head even after the deduction. There was quite a few times that I thought he was going to lose another point or, you know, then I was worried. I'm like, yo, imagine they disqualified him because he just keeps hitting him in the back of the head. But I feel like KSI stopped complaining about it after that point got deducted because he was probably just so in the moment. He wasn't really paying much attention to it, but he was definitely still doing it. It was a crazy night of fights, though. That's wild. Oh, I still can't believe it. I'm mad that I was right with my pick because I thought that when I picked Tommy and said Tommy should win on paper, but I want KSI, I actually thought that if Tommy won, it was going to be much more decisive. Like I thought he was just going to be something that KSI couldn't figure out, and it ended up being the other way around. KSI was a style that Tommy just couldn't really get a grasp on, and that's the only reason why he couldn't get anything going, couldn't get the jab going, couldn't get anything. It was like he was kind of, you know, which that makes me very interested to see Jake versus KSI because I feel like it'd be similar. Like Jake goes about it with an actual normal boxing style, but at the same time, he's not a high-level boxer because you saw what happened when he went against Tommy. He couldn't get shit off, and Tommy got the jab going and just started to piece him up and combo him and everything like that. So I feel like if he approached KSI like, I'm just going to box, and KSI comes in with that style, I feel like it's going to be even harder for him to figure out KSI than it even was for Tommy, if that makes sense. And obviously, you know, different people, different fights, but I don't know. This is all interesting to me. Yeah, exactly. But less technical, less able to counter than Fury, and that's where it would be really interesting. Huh? So I mean, we got some answers to an extent, some ideas of what's happening here. That was crazy though. Yeah, I'm more like as much as I know KSI is upset about this. Earlier, I used to say, yeah, I feel like Jake is just the better fighter right now. I feel like he would beat KSI if they fought. I don't necessarily feel very strongly about that anymore after watching this. And then again, you can't do fucking boxing math like, oh, this guy beat that guy, this guy did. So then if they fought, it'd go this way. But I feel like it works to an extent when you just kind of consider the fact that they both, the styles of fighting at the very least. I feel like that style is just going to be a problem for Jake trying to box, no different than it wasn't for Tommy. And Jake isn't as technical as Tommy and isn't going to be able to do any of the things that Tommy even was able to barely get off, which wasn't much. So, interesting. Interesting. All right. This is the one that I close out. That's the same thing. Yeah, Yeah, he's got to change up and get some more looks as far as the way that he approaches it, because he does kind of repeat similar things without a doubt. But at the same time, that's what's crazy is doing that. I feel like he should have won the fight with the point deduction. I'd probably say 3-3, you know, at most. I wouldn't give him 4 rounds, but with the point deduction, that's a win. And that's crazy to me, that because that's what I was worried about, that he kept doing the same thing and that he was going to end up getting countered or like caught because he was going to start to read it, but he never really got a great read on it. Like there was a few times where he caught him coming in a little bit, but nothing like really powerful. And so it's wild that he was able to do that and actually put himself in a position where people think that he won. So that's crazy. Wasn't the greatest fight though overall. Like when you compare it to like Slim vs Salt Poppy or Dean vs Walid, it wasn't nearly as great of a fight or necessarily as technically entertaining or anything. But sometimes you just got to do what you got to do to get shit done, and you know. So, oh boy, all right. I'm gonna get out of here and work on some music and stuff like that. And I feel like I've gotten hot sitting in this room. I gotta hop in the shower or something. I appreciate you guys for stopping in. I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow. I'm probably going to end up just taking the weekend off from doing the music live streams. Maybe tomorrow, if not, maybe Monday. But otherwise, next Friday and Saturday, we'll be back like we normally are. And I'm gonna try. I want to try to go live during the week. I said this last week, and I haven't really done it yet. But and maybe watch some videos and just talk about some shit. So if anybody has if anything happens, like any crazy shit goes down or anything worth talking about, you know, stop in the lives and we can have a discussion. Or if anything, you know, goes down with YouTubers, maybe we'll go live and talk about it. I know I seen, what's her name? Fucking, who the hell is it now? Sniper Wolf doxed that one guy because he was making videos that were calling out her shit and stuff like that. I've never watched her reaction videos. I don't know if that man just doesn't like reaction videos at all. If that's the case, hey, listen, buddy, I'm not on his side when it comes to that. But regardless of that, you don't dox somebody and post their house or their address, or like, that's kind of fucked up. And apparently that's what she did. So I'm curious what happens if there's any repercussions to that. But a lot of times when you're like really, really big and you're making a lot of money for a platform, I feel like you don't necessarily get the same repercussions as other people. So I'd rather take an L and have everyone say I should have won than to win and everyone say I should have lost. Yeah, that's true. Or, you know, I mean, that's if worst case scenario. Best case scenario is everyone says you won and you win, and then you get, you know, it all goes well. But I would agree. Yeah, him going distance with a pro boxer is a W in itself. It's going to be hard for him to see that because I know he hates losing. But I think once he starts seeing a lot of people online feel like he did really well, potentially won, or even got the draw, and they're not really concerned as much with the actual results, I think that'll help out a little bit. I would bet that we're going to get a video in the next day or two where he's going to talk about it, and we'll see what he says. But I appreciate you guys. I'm going to get out of here. I will probably catch you guys live at some point this week before Friday, whether it's a music stream or not. The title will say whatever it happens to be, but next Friday, Saturday, for sure, we'll get back to music. So thank you guys for hanging out. It was fun. I'm mad that I wanted my moment at the end to just jump up and go crazy around my house. We didn't get it, but it is what it is. It is what it is. So I will talk to you guys soon. Take it easy, homies.